Alright, looks like we're live. This is the QuarantStream number 5. And it's my last stream before I'm technically no longer self-quarantining myself. Which isn't anything like the government's making me do, it's just like my work is being cautious. So I'll technically not be a NEET anymore after today, which feels nice, but it doesn't even mean I'll actually have work. So I'm basically gonna have the same lifestyle indefinitely. But anyway, I'm here with Ashley and with the artist formerly known as Xiaomi, who your channel's now Ariel Allure is the channel now, right?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Wow, it says 0 viewers though still. Usually I got 1, but part of the issue I think of starting at just like random times, like whenever you wake up, is people don't know. Oh, and looks like everybody else is live now too. Fucking Happy Homelands is live. Fucking Razorfist is live. Fucking Honey Badgers are live. Oh man, oh man. I got some serious competition here.
I heard from Brandon that Ramsey Paul has deleted many of his old videos, which he was disappointed by because apparently he had a lot of interesting takes in them, but I guess it's just because of the YouTube censorship concern.
Oh, that really is too bad. I wouldn't be surprised because he did definitely have some hot takes. I saw Ramsey Paul once. IRL.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first time I went to the ICMI in 2014 and he was there.
Is he a manlet? Like, I just get that vibe sometimes by looking at him. I've never really seen the lower half of his body.
You know, when I saw him, he was sitting down, so I'm not sure.
Interesting. Well, you can usually tell even if they are sitting down. But
well, I mean, you can because you're fucking obsessed with height. Like, I don't even think of that shit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm
not
really happy.
To be clear, just for anyone who doesn't know, I'm not obsessed with it in like a bad way, or like I'm making fun of them. It's a weird autistic thing where I have this like compulsion to know people's heights.
Oh, cool.
No. Yeah.
I'm a manlet, technically.
Yeah, I guess right now I'm the tall one on this. I'm the tall representative.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm 5'8".
I'm 5'5".
Oh yeah, you are the little one. Well, okay, so the first thing that I found to discuss, I don't know, I just found this really amusing, this Dolly Parton article. Do you guys know the news? The news with Dolly Parton.
Is she gonna pose for Playboy?
She wants to pose for Playboy for her 75th birthday.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah, that's right. She's gonna dust off that poon, do a little airbrushing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for it. I think this is a great idea. Let's see, this article, oh my gosh, there's a link to a full article. How much is there to be said about this? Wow, this is like a super long article, holy shit. How much is there to say about... Oh no, now they're talking about tips before buying a timeshare? What the fuck is this? Oh, I clicked on an ad because I'm retarded. Never mind.
Derek, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about Dolly Parton. Wants to... Let's see. It says, Oh, she was on Playboy before, I guess. I don't know if you guys know this, but I don't read Playboy. I don't know if that shocks anyone.
Is there a homosexual version of Playboy?
Oh, I'm sure there's like a Playgirl. I mean, there's all kinds of... magazines.
Well, I don't think it would be called Playgirl, although I guess that's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, they would direct it at gay men, so that but it'd be interesting to see the version that's like for women. I guess that's Cosmo, right?
Mm.
They put their smut in like text form.
Yeah, it's too basic for me.
Vogue or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, just to me, it all kind of seems like smut.
Yep.
Let's see. It says the country music legend told 60 Minutes Australia she has no plans to retire and wants to pose for Playboy magazine for her 75th birthday next year. In 1978, Parton became the first country singer to make it on the cover of the magazine, where she wore Playboy's iconic bunny outfit, ears, and a bow tie. In addition to possibly making a return to Playboy, Parton says she plans on still making music. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I say it is kind of weird though. Like all these pop singers, instead of just like getting old and then like stopping, or maybe like transitioning to a kind of like singer, like kind of like Adele style, right? Where it's like you wear a black dress and you sing lots of ballads, right? Once you're older, like doing something a little bit more age appropriate. It's like, nope. McDonald's like out there like in her 50s twerking around and shit. You have the whole Shakira J-Lo thing. Everyone's like, dude, these women are like old. Like, but like you couldn't tell by looking at them because it's
I know you said Madonna, but at first I heard McDonald's, which was funny.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about. I ate my last stocked up package of I stock up on the packets and I ate the last one.
Do you go there for breakfast?
No. Well, there's actually not really a distinction over here. You can get all the breakfast stuff. I think that's the new thing now is you can get their breakfast and their normal stuff all the time because it was bullshit. Everybody knew it was bullshit, right? You show up at 11:01 a.m. and you ask for breakfast and they're like, "Sorry, we don't have it." And I'm like, "The fuck you don't?" Like like a minute later, they're like, "Oh no, they're all gone." Like
Someone in Discord, sorry, go on.
No, keep going.
Yeah, the guy from Greece in our Discord is saying that schools are closing down there because of the coronavirus. Britain has, and Poland's doing the same. Britain has a lot of cases now, as does Ireland, and the government isn't doing anything. They're not closing down schools or whatever. They're not taking any of these measures into account that other countries are now doing. They just don't seem very well prepared, and this is why I took it upon myself, like, to calculate the probability of my grandparents' death. Derek, do you remember that?
Yeah, you said what was it? It's a 15% mortality rate if you're over 85, and you estimate 40% of the world is going to catch it. So it was what 22% chance of losing one of them.
Yeah, I have 4 living grandparents, and there's a 22% chance that at least one of them will be dead as a result of this thing reaching peak infections. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty brutal, I know, but I'd rather know. It's kind of how I am. But like,
well, but wait a minute. But remember, I had a question. Was that an additional to like the chances of them just dying normally because they're old, right? Because I think like the mortality rate's whatever. But you'd have to subtract what the rate of dying, like, without any other thing is.
Well, it's just the 15% is just the probability of death as a result of the infection. So, and if you're that old, then it's like your body is a bit degraded, has weaker defenses. So, like, yeah, I really understand your question. Like, yeah.
I guess I was wondering if it'd be any consolation if it's like, well, hey, if there was a 10% chance each year of losing one of them regardless, then I feel less bad about it. I don't know if that would be any consolation.
You're basically saying You're basically saying they're gonna be dead soon anyway. And well, I mean, yeah, that is some consolation because they are probably they're all in their 80s. In fact, one of them's in his 90s now. So having 4 live grandparents at my age is apparently rare.
Oh yeah, a lot of people don't even get to meet all their grandparents.
Yeah, I had one of my great grandparents, my great grandma, on my mother's side, I think, was alive until I was about 10. She was well into her 90s, like late 90s. So that was nice. I remember one time I showed up at her. This was my autism. I showed up at her house and I asked her how old she was. I didn't know exactly because I just didn't get to see her very often. We weren't that close. And she said like 94 or something. And apparently that this is according to my mother. I said, you'll be dead soon then. And she started laughing. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
I actually took an autism test yesterday for fun. I remember a few years back I had taken one, and I scored like not great on it, but not autistic, and I was like, okay, I guess that's about what I expected. Like, I'm just kind of tactless and retarded, not like actually like I don't have an excuse.
I usually don't score that high, I don't think, on those tests. I think the diagnosis is kind of bullshit for a lot of people. Like in my case, I actually was diagnosed when I was really young, like 4 or 5. But the only reason it happened, so far as I can tell, the reason it was my behavior was seen to warrant a diagnosis is because I didn't really like school and I kept to myself. I was introverted basically. So they decided that was just not tolerable. They weren't having that, so they sent me to a doctor, which just seems kind of silly in retrospect. So yeah, it's like I just what I'm saying is I don't know how seriously to take it. Thinking about it now.
The closest I had was one time they took me to get my hearing checked because they're like, how come you just like don't pay attention to anything or like listen to anyone ever? And then they're like, wow, his hearing is like really, really good, so he just doesn't fucking care what you have to say. And then like, oh, what do we do? Like, oh, you can give him drugs. And my mom was like, fuck it, we'll just stick him in front of the Super Nintendo. It's fine.
Wait, so why did they think there was a problem with your hearing? Like
just I wouldn't pay attention or listen to people at all.
Oh,
I just
right.
would just be thinking about my own thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
have
like
people talking to me, and I'll just flat out be daydreaming as they're talking to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it was like that kind of thing.
especially if they don't have anything interesting to say, which is most of the time. Let's be real.
Yeah.
But yeah,
like with normies.
On this test I took, it was scored out of 80, and if you get anything below 30, you are considered autistic. And I got like a 9.
Ow.
And I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that. But I think also like you kind of subconsciously know what the answers are. But I had a lot of answers that were kind of lukewarm, so I figured, like you have to answer strongly agree or strongly disagree to get like an extreme result. And I did a lot of ones that were kind of tepid, so I figured, okay.
Was it a series of questions?
It was just a series of questions, so it's
right.
Kind of
There's
bullshit.
another one. There's another one you can do. You've probably seen it. I think Turd Flinging Monkey mentioned it in a video, or maybe that was a different thing. But there's a test that you can take for AQ, Autism Quotient, where you basically you're shown a series of pictures of people's faces, and you have to say what they're feeling, the emotion that they're feeling.
Oh.
Oh, I've never tried that one. He should use that to screen his callers. It'd be funny if he tried that and then all of his callers failed it.
Yeah. It's a great test of emotional intelligence or whatever the fuck.
I love that he calls it the Tism spigot.
Lol.
Let's see. Yeah, that Dolly Parton article is just like
So
the most basic article ever. It was literally 4 sentences. What else was going on? Well, everybody's talking about Harvey Weinstein right now. I am of the opinion. I know this is a hot take, but this is just a bunch of hookers with buyer's remorse, right?
Pretty
like a
much.
bunch of hookers have buyer's remorse, but since Harvey Weinstein is fat and old and ugly and a man, like no one gives a shit. That's on it. That's just kind of my take on it.
They're just pissed the coin is running out.
Yeah, exactly, right?
well, I heard from Janice Fiamengo that his trial incorporated just bizarre, morbid things like nude pictures of him, which served no conceivable judicial purpose except just to humiliate him, which is interesting, I guess.
Yeah. I think what it was there was a woman making claims about his
What,
gender.
the
So
size of his
so
dick
yeah. So
or
so in
something?
theory, it was to establish credibility of her story. And you have a thing in the law, right, where if something's considered substantially more prejudicial than probative, then you can throw it out. But it's a really, really high bar. So if something is even like a little bit relevant, even if it's like ludicrously prejudicial and it's going to cause like serious issues, they'll still let it in. So I imagine that's kind of. I can't imagine his lawyers didn't like make that argument, but yeah.
It's all so tiresome.
Yeah. People's feelings take over facts.
Yeah, and it's just I don't know. I mean, I guess some of the cases, like if we take them at face value, there might have been like some coercive elements involved with it, but
Mhm.
all of this could have been avoided if we just legalize like prostitution and like just make all of this like above board, right? Like it's
Mhm.
the fact that it's kind of forced into this like black market sort of area that it's like how do we really know? But
So these transactions that happen where it's like giving the casting director whatever sex in exchange for a role, or vice versa, like whoever's initiating the exchange, saying that's illegal technically. I didn't know this. I
I
probably should
think
have.
yeah, I think you can't like yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. It would be considered like a financial compensation, right?
Hmm.
I suppose even if it's legal, like you can't have it be like a known thing. It still needs to have some level of secrecy. I remember though one of the funniest takes on Harvey Weinstein was somebody was like, "I knew it, I knew it, I fucking knew Gwyneth Paltrow was overrated." They're like ranting and raving. They're just like, "Man, everybody told me I was crazy. They told me I was making it up. I just didn't get it." Like, no, like fuck you, I was right.
They're not wrong.
Sometimes I have this like I was just thinking about I have this inexplicable need to go to Jeffrey Epstein's island because there's some part of my brain that just thinks he has like a giant underground city or something under that thing, like that goes miles into the ground, like the facility in the Portal game series where it used to be a mine, but they excavated it and it's maintained by robots and it's all glitzy and modern and cool and stuff inside. And I was just thinking about this now because Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's ex-boyfriend, and the thing that triggered this thought was just the sexual assault issue. She's nowhere to be seen. I saw someone remark about this on Twitter yesterday, maybe. Yeah, she's just vanished,
She just
and
ghosted.
no one speaks of her. And yeah, maybe she's hiding out on Epstein's island, and maybe Epstein's still alive there. Who knows?
It's funny that you'd imagine it being like futuristic or cool or something. I would imagine it to be more like just like weird like fucking spirit cooking shit, you know? Like I'd imagine like like it wouldn't be boring. But I feel like it'd be more like I don't know, like
Yeah,
goofy
and
pseudo Satanist imagery and just like bad art.
yeah, the well, that's the kind of stuff people found in his houses, I guess. The art and so on. Although there actually thinking about it, drones flew over the island and came right up close to the buildings, like proper flew around and looked inside and stuff, and it doesn't really look like there's much there. Like it's actually surprisingly boring. It's like a building site that was still under construction, and everything inside is just bare. So,
Hmm.
but you never like underground because there are things that look like entrances to tunnels and stuff. That's pretty foreboding, I guess, that he had like tunnels dug out and stuff. Or maybe he just liked, I don't know, LARPing as the Japanese in their island hovels in World War II, like an Okinawa or some shit. Like playing war games and stuff. That would be sort of like an insane adolescent with teenage boy who likes playing first-person shooters but has too much money and so buys up land and then enacts all of his fantasies into the real-life universe. Not that I would judge undertaking such a thing. Like, I would probably do it if I had the money. Sorry, that was a bit... yeah.
No, I'm all for it. Like that's kind of the first thing. Once you're rich, like, I think isn't the point to be eccentric?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, although Mike Bloomberg doesn't seem to have got the memo on that one. He seems very boring.
Yeah, like imagine being rich and having influence and then using it to like ban large soft drinks.
Yeah. And I haven't been following the shenanigans with the DNC, but it looks as though Biden's actually going to be the nominee, which is, like, in a way, fantastic. The clown world meme's kind of dead now, I suppose, but, you know.
Well, the funny thing is, yeah, there's a lot of salt. A lot of people are very upset over it. But the funny part is it looks like the DNC didn't even have to cheat Bernie Sanders. He just straight up lost to Biden. And I love seeing, like, leftist Democrat types who are younger blaming boomers for it as if all the shit they support through Sanders or Biden or Yang or whoever, like as if that's not just doubling down on all the same boomer bullshit that caused all these problems.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with Yang is that he really didn't have to do much. He just had to, that is, to be popular. I know you have ethical objections to it, but I think all he really had to do was stick to his bottom line, which was the $1,000 a month thing, and just not be anti-white and not say incredibly dumb shit. But then he did this thing where he had to come up with, was it like a new policy every day or every week?
Yeah, that was one of his gimmicks.
And they were all dumb, obviously. Like, endorsing people living in shipping containers and so on.
Also, like, well, one thing I will say, too, is he wanted to get rid of daylight savings, and that's actually a good idea.
The way they do it in China, right, is that, like, the entire country's one time zone, so in Tibet, the sun rises at 10 a.m.
Yeah, China just has one big time zone, which is great.
Uh-huh.
Delightful.
China #1. That's one thing. These are all pro-China streams. No China bashing. That's like literally the only rule. But yeah, no. So here's the thing, though. Like, I'd be willing to make a deal with the devil over UBI, right? So this was a thing. It was I think it was Mises proposed like negative income tax, right? And the idea was like, you know, instead of having a tax rate, let's do negative income tax, and people get like some money that way or whatever. And the idea was to use this to replace welfare programs. But then instead of people do is they say, oh, cool, we'll do that also. And then I see this Yang Banger on Twitter listing him as like one of the people who promotes UBI. And it's like, no, he like listing that as an alternative to massive welfare programs that are bureaucratic and complicated and expensive and like arbitrary. Like saying it would be preferable to do a UBI thing because it would be a lot simpler. You know, like that's totally different. But then of course, like that's the issue I have with it is that it's not like UBI is going to replace all the welfare programs. It's just going to get added on top of it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it'd be entertaining though. Like him or Gabbard would have actually been like an interesting election. All the other ones just kind of look the same. People talk a lot about how Sanders and Warren were the real progressive types, and then Biden and Bloomberg are the establishment ones. And I'm like, they're just how do these differences make a difference to people? I just don't get it. They're just flavors. But did you guys see? This was the next thing I wanted to discuss was the clip that was going around of Joe Biden talking to the workers in Detroit. and he was arguing with one of them about the Second Amendment and guns, and he like has a meltdown and yells at the guy and tells him he's full of shit. And then threatens to take him outside. I love it. That's his thing. He just like constantly threatens people. He's like, "Oh, listen, I'll take you out back behind the schoolyard, and we'll settle this way." Like that's literally just how his mind works. He's like, "Oh, I'll fight you."
Who does that?
Biden all the time.
Biden.
I could
that's
probably make
fair.
like a compilation of him, like challenging people to a fight. It's like a go-to thing he does. But the other funny thing was what was it? He said we're not gonna take. Says wait, we'll take your AR-14s away.
No, you ain't.
Well, because AR-14s aren't a thing.
AR.
They're
Oh my
making
God.
fun of him. They're like, you mean 15? Don't try it, pal. Do you want to go outside? But my favorite bit of it. So everybody's freaking out over him saying, "Oh, you're full of shit." That's not true, right? Because he cursed, right? And that's the smoking gun part of it. The part of it that I thought was even more damning was when, at one point, the guy says, "Hey, you're working for me." Right? Like reminding him, like, you're trying to win my vote. Like, you're a public servant. You're working for me. And he goes, "I'm not working. Don't be such a horse's ass."
God, he's such a boomer.
I'm actually warming up to the idea of Biden being president because
Oh
God, it would
God.
be so funny. I mean, he won't be as funny as Trump, so
Mhm.
can't beat that. And I don't want Diamond and Silk to be sad.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Lycan Theory's in the chat.
Oh, hey.
Nice to see you. We're up to 5 viewers. That's about where these usually peak. It's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Anytime there's more viewers than people on the stream, I'm pretty happy with that.
Oh God, Elizabeth Warren's taller than me by 1 centimeter.
Oh,
She's got those native genes. That's why.
Lol.
wow. Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I like in theory.
Usually every single story takes like forever to go through, so let me see. What was the next thing? Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Oh,
The Wuhan virus.
well, okay, so the thing was, what I wanted to talk about, everybody's talking about Italy, right? How like all of Italy is like shut down right now, and that's super big news. The only
Poland
reason
is-
I care, the only impact that it has on me is it's looking like Eurovision 2020 is going to be canceled. Canceled this year.
Oh no.
I know! I'm actually sad about it.
Yeah. Poland's getting to the same point as well.
Yeah, so it'd be really controversial if they like tried to go ahead with it, but then like specific countries were in lockdown. Like that would cause like a massive there's always Eurovision drama like every year. Every year like there's always like 3 or 4 songs that get accused of plagiarism, but it's just because all pop music sounds the same.
Pretty much.
But man, last year was pretty bad. I think last year there were only everybody really loved Iceland last year. They loved the Hatari thing, which it was kind of catchy. But I really liked fucking oh, what was it? The girl who did Like It. It was like a Christina Aguilera song from the 90s. It was so good. It's like my favorite song ever.
Yeah. I forgot which one was my favorite.
And then Cyprus was good. Cyprus has been good for the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
Just curious, the Greek side or the Turkish side?
I don't get it.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
Half-
literally
half
everything
of
I know
Cyprus-
about Europe I learned from Eurovision.
Half of Cyprus is occupied by Turkey. Has been for a long time now. The other half belongs to Greece.
I guess I'd have to say Greece because this is a
Yeah.
thing in Eurovision. Greece and Cyprus always give each other maximum points.
Yeah.
And they claim, it's just because, hey, we just happen to always like each other's songs the most, okay?
Well, no, it's like ethnocentrism. because it's a Greek island. It's like those islands in the Aegean have a reputation in Greece for being really decadent and like aristocratic kind of decadence, going all the way back to ancient times. Like the ancient Greek writers, they would talk about the sort of stereotypical character types from different regions of Greece, including the Aegean, and they would say that, and it's still true now.
Right. Yeah, and it is funny how so many of those like stereotypes like play out, but then the kind of person who watches Eurovision, usually they're very progressive and very paused, right? So like they can't acknowledge these things.
Oh, I just now remembered my favorite one. It was Estonia.
Was that for last year?
I think so.
Estonia's had some. Estonia, I feel like my impression is it's always very hit or miss.
Yeah.
My
It's a
favorite
good
country in
country.
Eurovision is Moldova. Moldova is like consistently super good. Oh, I'm so retarded. I googled Estonia 2019 and just assumed that Google would give me Eurovision.
It was either 18 or 19. I can't remember. So,
Oh,
like,
they did The Storm. Storm by Victor Kron. I hated that song. It was so cheesy.
oh no, it was 18. My bad.
What was 2018 Estonia? 2018 actually had some bops.
yeah.
I think that was the year everybody had an opinion because Israel won.
Yeah, and it was really bad.
Oh yeah, that was La Forza. I think that was like a big it was like, wasn't it like a big like operatic like opera ballad or something?
yeah.
I think they do that a lot. Yeah, that was, I think I remember that one being good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was also this year so far Eurovision is so sad because with all the national finals, like it's just people playing to empty crowds, and like you can tell. Actually, this year is another year everybody likes Iceland. Iceland sent kind of a fun, quirky one. It's pretty catchy. I do like them. I'd play it, but I think I'd get a copyright thing.
Yeah.
And Lycanthir is asking, is this a gay channel? I mean, kinda. Like, so
Yeah.
that was the thing, right? So when me and Prince of Queens were doing our gay triarchy streams, like, the thing was like I was the one person who was part of that who like my channel and the things I make aren't explicitly gay. They're just kind of like incidentally gay.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas other people like make a point of talking about those kinds of things. But I do like to be on record that that there are gays who are, you know, not liberal, not progressive, anti-LGBTQ umbrella bullshit, you know. Because I think it's important to kind of, you know, at least be an anecdote, at least be a one counter example if you can't find any others.
Yeah.
Oh, the gay channel, like the gayest channel. I mean, I think I got some work to do if that's the title. I think like in theory you're just not watching enough gay stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a prescription for you. And greetings to Gloria Lucas. I'm not sure if
Hi.
I've seen Gloria before. I think you may be a newcomer. Forgive me though if you've been here before and I forgot you. Gosh, I'm so rude. Let's see. Oh, and the other thing too is I guess this might be more relevant to more people. More people care about this. E3. There's news about it being canceled. I've heard that it's not quite confirmed. A lot of people might be jumping the gun on that, but it seems likely that E3 will also be canceled.
Yeah. That's what I'm hearing.
Does that bother either of you guys?
Not too much.
Yeah, like I don't. Well, I guess Ashley, you don't like video games.
I do, but like I don't have to have the E3 if they do it like some other way or whatever, where I still get to see like what's going on. That'd be fine too.
Yeah, well, for me, like I never watched it before, but then in the last couple of years, I've seen a lot of streams of people making fun of it, which like that's more entertaining to me. Like Whitaker had some great streams the last couple of years, just like watching and making fun of it. So to me, that was quite entertaining. But I'm in like a 5 to 10 year time bubble because that way I play my games a lot cheaper and I don't have to buy consoles. I can just get a shitty Dell and it can play games that used to not be able to play games on a shitty laptop on.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I don't like even like the Final Fantasy VII remake. I'm not even pumped about that because it just looks like I don't know. All video games just feel the same lately. It's all like the 3D adventure back and ass. It's like every single video game is Skyrim now.
Pretty much.
Yeah, like I'm playing Final Fantasy 15 now, and I'm like, this is cool. Like I like a lot of games that are traditionally considered boring, right? So I'm pretty easy to please that way, right? But like I'm playing this one, and I'm like, this kind of just feels like Skyrim, Backstreet Boys with like a loose Final Fantasy theme over it. And it was crazy. I was watching Razorfist like review of Final Fantasy 15, and I was like, yeah, like pretty much like similar observations.
Yeah.
Do you ever play hardcore strategy games, like the ones where you're just sort of pressing buttons and they look pretty boring. You know, the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Like Civilization. Civilization is just it's a dressed up math problem.
That's actually a halfway house kind of. From what I know about it, I've seen others that are even drier than that, where it's like you're literally just manipulating stats and spreadsheets, and that's 90% of the game. But some people love that. Probably like computer programmers and stuff like it.
The closest I've come is when you play like an MMO and people do the spreadsheets with the min-maxing of all the stats and the bonuses, which I've always found that to be so tedious because I like to make like suboptimal builds that are like goofy. Which I did that in Final Fantasy X, and it like actually made the game really hard. Let's see, what else was happening? Oh yeah, did you guys hear about Alex Jones?
I did.
Yeah, so it's actually a 2-part story. Everybody's sharing the first half of the story, which is, Alex Jones has a DWI charge. But Alex Jones himself came out with a video like showing the documentation for it with his breathalyzer results, and he was below the limit. And I was in the Honey Badger Discord yesterday, and someone explained to me like, just because he's under the limit doesn't mean you can't get charged with a DWI. And I'm like, well, then what's the fucking point of the limit? Like, right? Like, I don't know. I think it's bullshit. I think that it's a setup. I refuse to believe Alex Jones did anything wrong. But like, if you're below the
Dallas, because I know they're really anal about their like DUIs and stuff.
Yeah, I had heard that. I heard that Dallas is basically California.
Yeah,
maybe that's an overstatement.
I've been to Dallas several times. Yeah.
Yeah, he was below the limit, and the thing is too is this might be a hot take, but .08 isn't that much.
Oh no, it's not.
Yeah, like I would go to a church on a Sunday, right around like noon. I'd just be busting them like that, and just be lining them up on the road. I'd be like, hey man, like looks like you had that communion wine, huh? Like yeah, I know which Sunday that is. That's like the fourth Sunday you always do the communion wine, or you go for the Catholics, right? Because they do that every time. You know, I think that puts you over. Alright, hello to Joe. Stop making the frogs gay. I know, right? Mm-hmm. I know, he had a noble goal. That's another thing, too. There was this boomer on Facebook that I upset, and he posted the Alex Jones thing, and I was like, it's not true. And he posted, like, the Snopes thing, and the Snopes article about the whole debunk, like, has to bring up Sandy Hook. And, I don't know, like, I'm the wrong person to try to smear Alex Jones by saying, the whole Sandy Hook thing, because I'm like, I have yet to meet a person who's actually looked into the false flag claims and the either false flag or hoax. Those are the two prevailing counter theories. Anybody who's actually looked into that shit and seriously considered it, I've yet to meet a person who has done that and is convinced that the real narrative is true.
You showed me the video of, like, was it the dad or something?
Yeah, the Robbie
Like-
Parker video, but you can't find the full version. The full version of the video has him laughing and smiling and huffing and puffing, and they cut that and they scrubbed that part of the video from the internet, and it's like,
Well,
like,
it must be somewhere.
everybody said somewhere, sure, not on YouTube for sure, but
Right.
like everybody. Like, everybody says, oh, well, how dare you? People grieve in all kinds of different weird ways. And I'm like, okay, if that's fine, and if that's acceptable, and that's, like, a non-controversial thing to say, then why are you hiding the video? Like, why are you hiding it? You know, what you can't see tells you more than what you can see. And even the video
That
itself, like,
reminds
if you've
me-
done, like, fake acting where you have to try to, like, fake cry, like, I used to do mock trial, so I am an expert in shitty witnesses, and I'm an expert in bad accents, and an expert in, like, fake crying. So there's certain techniques you do, like this whole huffing and puffing, hyperventilating thing. And, yeah.
Well, I
think
can
that-
actually cry real tears on demand.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, is, like, how come you can't find one person who can do that? Like, and the crazy thing, too, is, and Netflix did this documentary called Newtown, right? And when I was watching it, I was like, dude, they're totally damage controlling the fact that all of their actors are so bad. Because now they have a studio and they can do this whole emotional thing. And if you watch that documentary, it's 0% focused on anything forensic, right? They don't talk about any of, like, the evidence or the happenstance or, like, how things went down. It's all just, like, emotional bullshit. It's all just like, oh, let's have this person cry on a camera and this person, but none of them cry. Even when they have a studio and they can control everything, they still don't get tears. So it's literally, it's fucking Johnson & Johnson's no tears, Sandy Hook edition, like, you know, and the Gene Rosin shit too. Like, if you really believe all of that went down, like, as it's supposed to be done, like, you have to believe that Gene Rosin's telling the truth. And to me, that's like a smoking gun. So I don't. Some people try to do all this, like, super gay, like, crazy technical, here's how it's a hoax and blah blah blah. I just say no. Like, look at the actual news interviews with the people and, like, honestly ask yourself, do these people seem legitimate?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah. The thing about smiling and laughing being a normal response to grief, that reminds me of the narrative that with the Weinstein case, that maintaining close attachments or friendships with men who've raped you is normal, like as a quote-unquote coping strategy. That's the narrative they were going with. Reminds me of that.
oh yeah,
like,
that was just like the
being-
article we had last time for our emotional intelligence highlight, which
Yeah,
was
like,
I
being-
cheated on my
being-
boyfriend with my rapist to regain the power.
So they actually will say things like being friends with your rapist is normal, and as a coping strategy, and smiling and laughing as a grief response is normal, even though it makes no sense. And the really dispiriting thing is that most normies seem happy to go along with that. Like, it goes you... If you wanted a demonstration, and there are so many to choose from, of course, but a demonstration of how people just wait to be led, wait to be told what to think, what to feel, then there you go. Like, just these obviously bullshit ideas, like it's normal to be friends with your rapist, go completely unquestioned. It's like, oh, a person in a position of authority, a person with degrees said it, so it's true.
I honestly am convinced that you could have an article that's like, man, it's really normal to when you're raped to actually consent to the sex and enjoy it and come back for more. That's a normal part of rape. That's just a normal part of the process, and we shouldn't shame people who consented to the sex that they decided was rape later. Like,
Yeah.
like we're on a slippery slope, and it's seriously like stranger and more ludicrous things have been said.
Yeah. It's sad.
But yeah, that guy, because I was pointing out to him, like what's wrong with doubting the Sandy Hook narrative? Because like, if I'm wrong, right, it's like, oh, I'm a horrible person or whatever, fine. But like, if everybody else is wrong, then they're horrible people too, so it's non-unique, right? So like you have to ask the question. That's the only way to get to the bottom of it. And it's only one side of the equation that's fucking trying to shut everyone down with shame and not even like considering things or not even looking into anything. And I remember like years before there was this whole lawsuit and all this scandal over Alex Jones and the Sandy Hook parents, we were angry at Alex Jones because he backed off of it. Because his stance was like too tepid, and we're sitting there like, no, it's fucking fake. Call it out. How come you're not calling it out anymore? We were pissed, right? Which I mean, I guess in hindsight, I'm kind of glad he didn't like totally go in on it because it looks like they would have used that to screw him. But I mean, what's more insulting to someone's memory? Like being a person who only has access to mainstream media hearsay, right? And then being skeptical, or like being one of these parents that, you know, is putting your dead child on a flag and waving it around to try to take everyone's guns away. Like, I think that's a lot more insulting. I don't know. So anyway, that's... I wasn't intending on bringing up Sandy Hook, it just came up. But anyway, that guy ended up blowing up my DMs and, like, threatening to sue me. And he called me an anti-Semite. And then I checked his last name, and I was like, of course. Like, how... It's just like a goddamn cartoon. And it's just like, I don't ask for these things to happen, but it's just like reality. It's like a cartoon. Like the funniest, dumbest, most stereotypical, one-dimensional thing always happens. I feel better now. I got to getting that off my chest.
Nice. I'm back. I had to turn off the air conditioner. It's like too cold in here.
Another interesting thing I found is TruvadaLegalCenter.com. Actually, maybe this is a topic I should save for another stream, because...
So, do you have anything for this week in emotional intelligence?
You know what? I don't think any of these, no, none of my articles fit that bill. Something will come up, though. I think something will come up. There might be something.
Wow.
I know, that's actually quite amazing. But I saw an ad for Truvada Legal Center talking about like negative side effects of Truvada that have to do with like fucking up your bones and your kidneys and shit.
Huh.
But yeah, actually, why am I blanking on his name? I'm just like fucking... I'm gonna kick myself for forgetting. Oh, Chadwick, Chad Moore. He messaged me and he was like, "Hey, like we never did a stream like to kind of commemorate Prince because like he wasn't available when me and Kevin did the whole thing. So me and him might have a stream about that." So
it's a bit late now.
little late, but I guess since we've done like a kind of more serious and ceremonial thing, we can have a stream that's a little bit more casual, which I think is kind of in the spirit of those old patriarchy streams. And I do kind of want to go through and look at all the streams we did in 2019 and kind of, I don't know, like the idea of going through all of it and like finding highlights and stuff seems like
grim.
Well, just and really like time consuming, and it's like unless I go through every single moment of every single thing again, I'm gonna miss stuff. So it'll feel like arbitrary. It'll just be like whatever I happen to find. But at least kind of listing all of the guests and stuff, because it was a pretty interesting collection of people. So I want to kind of go through do a gaytriarchy in review. Actually, one of the guests who we had on that would be interesting to reach out again was Dana Martin. She was super cool to talk to.
Yeah, she was really fun.
Let's see.
And she just goes on anybody's streams, doesn't she?
Like... Well, apparently, because I sent her a message from my Chinese fake Facebook account, and she's like, "Oh yeah, sure, whatever." Actually, I think she thought that I was like a friend she had met in China at first, and then realized like, "Oh, you're actually like a crazy person."
No comment.
Well, and she was a bit surprised that like the way I knew about her was through Molyneux. She was like, "Wow, that's like really old." Like,
how old was it?
That was back in, I think, 2013. Maybe even 2012.
Wow.
That was when I started listening to Molyneux. No, I started listening to Molyneux even earlier. I started listening to him back in like 2000, late 2008 slash like 2009.
God.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why when people,
I was just entering what you would call middle school then.
oh, that's so crazy. That's so
Yeah.
ridiculous. Yeah, no, that was when I was in college. And I
Wow.
had like a socialist friend who was like making fun of me for listening to his videos, and I was like, "What? He's fucking right." You know.
Am I right thinking that middle school, like for Americans, that starts like 11, 12 years old?
Yeah,
sort of-
that's about right. Maybe a little bit younger, because how we do it in America is we have generally it's elementary school is grades 1 through 4, middle school is 5 through 8, and then high school is 9 to 12. So like 3 chunks of 4 years. But then it's more traditional to have it split between like a primary school is whatever, like the first 6, and then like secondary or high school is like the last 6. And then there's all kinds of different things too. I went to a really weird middle school that like they did a thing where they actually had classes that would combine 2 grades together. And the idea was that there were just certain learning types where like if you kept things the same for a couple of years, then that was easier for people or whatever. But
Wow.
I don't know. Unschooling, I think, is the way to go. But that's so
Yeah,
stupid.
like if you don't want to entrust what your kids will be taught to somebody else, then the only option really is unschooling. Like, not even homeschooling, because then the curriculum is going to be influenced from outside. Although I appreciate that, I guess not everybody can come up with their own curriculum. But yeah, it's like a good bet if you don't want your children to be influenced by establishment values or so on.
I hated school.
Yeah, me too. School's gay.
I'd always skip school and turn tricks.
You know, I actually I used to skip gym class. I don't know if I told this story before, but when I was in middle school, like what I learned that the gym teacher didn't take attendance, right? So I realized I was like, I'm just gonna go hang out in the library, and I did that for like 2 months. Instead of going to gym, I would just go to the library and just hang out and just like read books or like sit on a computer or whatever. And then eventually they were like, "Hey, you can't be here unless like it's part of a class or something." And I don't think there's any class that lets you do that. Like, what's your name? And I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting. Bye." And I just like left. So then I started hiding in the bathroom.
Oh,
I just like did it. I hated gym that much that I would rather just like sit in a bathroom and do nothing. And then I realized, oh shit, they're gonna do those like physical tests, right? Where they test you on your improvement. So I had to show up for that because they're gonna do attendance for that. So I just show up at the last minute, and he sees me and he's like, "Oh, you were supposed to be here." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I was gone for like a day or whatever." And he realized he couldn't do anything about it because he didn't take attendance. He didn't do his fucking job because he was like fat and lazy. And he was yelling at me while eating a pork chop sandwich right around the time when that G.I. Joe pork chop sandwiches meme was a thing.
Uh-huh.
That imprinted on me. That was pretty, it was like really scary and really funny at the same time. And it's like, how do you even react to that? Because you can't laugh, you know?
Yeah, like I used to do stuff like that as well, like skip physical education, skip sports, because my testosterone is just far too low for that sort of thing. Like, I was terrible at it. So, like, yeah, I would do the same thing. Go to the library.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to do it even earlier, too. Like, during lunch, I would just walk around the halls. And it's kind of crazy in hindsight that, like, school is such an environment where things need to be controlled that, like, if you're like, hey, I just want to go through a walk through the halls, they're like, no. Like, how dare you?
Yeah.
You know, we call that chaos. Also, just want to shout out to Paulo. Good to see Paulo here. Paulo was here for the whole like 5 hours the last time I streamed.
Really?
Yeah. A true believer. I had a really nice comment on that video. Somebody said that it's their favorite thing to listen to, and they like to play Minecraft to it. I think they said, and I was like, wow, that's very high praise.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let me see. I found this article. I haven't vetted it yet. I haven't like read through it, and I'm skeptical because anytime someone accuses anyone of pedophilia, I'm just like, I mean, pedophiles, they're kind of the new Nazis, right? Everybody's a Nazi now, and now nobody cares, so now everybody has to be a pedophile, right?
Yeah, it means almost nothing. Like, so because the age of consent varies by country, to an American where the age of consent is usually 18 in most states. I know it varies from state to state, but I don't know, an American from California, to them we're pedophiles in Britain because the age of consent here is 16. So if you date, I don't know, like a 17-year-old here and you're 21, then Americans will and say that you're a pedophile and etc. And like ditto for the degree of variation that exists in all the other countries. It's like they just use the term pedophilia in a politically expedient way. It's just something that's used to discredit people, and like the actual clinical definition, which is the attraction to pre-adolescents, like pre-pubescent children, is ignored.
Yeah, and that's what bothers me too. Is Milo got so much shit for like having to like painstakingly draw out the distinction between ephebophilia and pedophilia. But it's like if you take that issue seriously, like of course there's a difference, right, between like victimizing a very young child versus someone who's like 15, 16, 17, you know.
Someone who has a sex drive. Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
well, I think that's like the distinction that you're making between those two things. I think that's it. That the fact that a teenager has a sex drive, whereas an 8-year-old doesn't. They're still just a kid, or whatever.
Yeah, and I know I'm playing into the ANCAP stereotype right now, but whatever. I think that's
who even cares?
It's a real forced stereotype, I think. But
the people who say that shit, who like they just think in meme cliches and they think it makes them sound clever by saying it, like you should just ignore them.
Well, because the reasoning is that if there's no monopoly on arbitration, then that means everything's fair game and everybody can just do whatever they want. As if the government isn't like one of the main facilitators and perpetrators of it. Like,
what, of having sex with children? I mean, there is that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's totally a government program.
But there are lots of pedophiles in government, like actual like people who are attracted to pre-adolescents. It's very odd, actually. Like, there was the Ted Heath case, I think, in Britain. It's all rumor, but this was like way back in the 60s, I think. Was the prime minister, and he was a suspected child molester. So
yeah, but so the reason I brought it up, the actual article, it's revealed Antifa has a pedophile problem, and like, you know, I'm like, so I have some skepticism, but I'm not going to be surprised if this is totally true. Like, just because, you know, when you look at people, the kind of person who's drawn to Antifa, I don't know, do they strike you as particularly well adjusted?
Well, if
Not really.
if it attracts insane people in general, then yeah, it wouldn't be surprising. The other thing that's interesting about that is this has been studied, actually. There's something called the general kink factor. This is a term coined by Emil Kierkegaard. It's not mine, but like the basic idea is that if you have any kind of unusual sexual interest, which means like anything that isn't, you know, heterosexual, vaginal, you know, everything from homosexuality to I don't know, bestiality, or basically just anything that's unusual, statistically unusual, they all cluster together statistically. So if you have one of them, you're more likely to have the others. And it seems to be the case with like mental issues in general. There's also like a general mental illness factor. You have one issue, you have anxiety issues. It means you're more likely to also have depressive episodes and so on. So you, in subcultures that attract Antifa, they attract basically those kinds of unstable personalities. Wouldn't be surprising if you found people with lots of unusual sexual interests, possibly including pedophilia.
Yeah, and I think that's actually great news, right? Because I feel like that's a pathway to a solution. I get most people, their favorite solution is, just round them up and kill them all. But, like, you could do something even easier. Like one way this always comes up is people talk about so people use pedophilia to demonize love dolls, right? They say, oh, all the love dolls are going to be child love dolls, right? And it's just like a shallow way of trying to promote laws that are going to stop anything that competes with women.
What's the basis for that argument? It doesn't make any sense because most men aren't pedophiles, and by extension, most men who buy the dolls aren't going to be getting child dolls. So, like, that doesn't make any sense.
No, see, so the reason you can't relate to this line of reasoning is that when I say the word pedophile, you're supposed to just see red, and then not have any logic. That's the typical. It's like a hack. It's like a speed run, glitch run hack kind of thing.
I forget because I don't have a normie brain and I don't have those kinds of reactions.
Yeah, well, and like one thing that I always say is I legitimately believe that most people would rather see more children get abused if it also means they get to have more like draconian and like vicious like punishment of pedophiles. Like most people would be totally fine just like sacrificing a young child if it means luring out a bunch of pedophiles that they get to, like round up and kill. Like if I tell them, okay, like you can have two choices, either,
well, this is already, Derek, this has already been put to the test kind of in a real world, or at least something similar to what you're talking about. People suggest that it should be easier for, I guess, non-offending pedophiles or pedophiles who haven't offended yet, at least, to basically disclose that they have those inclinations to psychiatrists or whatever, so that they can take drugs to reduce their sex drives or so on, and reduce those bad impulses, and thereby make them less likely to to harm children. But people are very unreceptive to that argument. Like that they don't like the idea of pedophilia being treated as an illness. Even though it actually probably would result in fewer children getting fucked. So they really don't care.
Yeah, and it's like, so in theory, like let's say we could create, here's the thing, we could satisfy the needs of these pedophiles and also Antifa, in one, like with the same program, like two birds with one stone. We just like create an island. We say, hey, you can go to this island, and on this island you can have your little commune, and like we could totally achieve this with unfettered capitalism because we'd have this like crazy abundance of wealth, and everybody would be like, yeah, here's $5 a year, so that we can pay for the creep island to quarantine them from the rest of society, and they're gonna have all of the things that shitty progressive liberals always demand. They'll have their free healthcare, their free food. They won't have to work. They can make their beadworks and what they have like a list of things that they don't consider to be like marketable skills. Like you're allowed to make clothes and trade them and like do artisan shit, but nothing involving money because they're anti-money for some like bizarre Marxist reason. But anyway, you could just like set this whole thing up, and then everybody could have what they want. We could give them their creepy like child love dolls, right? And then we'd have like access to these pedophiles in order to study their brains and figure out what causes it, and potentially even just like reverse it and cure it and find ways to prevent it. But no, that's too, since that's not enough bloodshed with that option.
Mm-hmm.
doesn't satisfy the bloodshed quotient. So I'm probably not using the word quotient right, but quota I think is what I meant. But yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they'd have resentment, but maybe if they're on an island, right, and then they don't know like the glorious like super like fucking Blade Runner, but not a dystopia kind of world that that everyone else is living in. You know, as long as they're separate on their little island. Well, we could be just. Let's give them like an island in Hawaii, like something really nice, right? They'll have nothing to. Oh, who am I kidding? They'll fucking find something to complain about. But anyway, I'm skimming through this article. It's Antifa Ireland. Apparently, the guy who founded it is a convicted pedophile, and this conservative group went undercover for like a year as Antifa to try to find like more stuff. Let me see. This is all about this guy Corcoran. Let's see. So yeah, he is convicted in possession of over 7,000 images and 21 videos featuring child sex abuse and torture.
7,000. Wow. Sorry, I know I shouldn't laugh at that, but like, wow.
Also, the disparity between videos and images is kind of. It seems like a lot of images and I don't know. I guess whatever. He was handed the lenient sentence of 3.5 years suspended. Wow, that seems very. So wait a minute. Harvey Weinstein gets 23 years for
bullshit.
Essentially a business arrangement. Essentially what seems to be largely consensual business arrangements. But then this fucker gets 3.5 years. I think in Europe. Oh, I guess is Ireland part of Europe? What's the consensus on that? Is UK and Ireland not considered part of Europe? I've heard that take before.
I think it recently separated.
Well, but the
Ireland.
EU doesn't define Europe, right?
No.
Yeah. So, but I guess if they're not part of Europe, then they're not part of a continent. So, like, they have to be. If the continents are, you know.
Yeah, it's European, but it's like culturally distinct. Because Anglo culture and Irish culture are kind of different. But yeah.
Because it seems like in America, like our thing is we have like wildly like we have like wildly inconsistent punishments for things, you know, like just depending on the judge's mood that day, right? And you see like crazy draconian kind of punishments, whereas like in Europe it seems like generally they're kind of like, oh, just say you're sorry, you know, very slap on the wrist. That's kind of the impression I get.
Yeah, especially if you're a Muslim.
Yeah, right.
Especially in Britain.
No, that's just a conspiracy. That's no. What part of religion of peace do you not understand?
But yeah, Ireland's not one thing. It's actually two. It got split into pieces: the Republic of Ireland and then Northern Ireland.
Yeah, Northern Ireland is part of the UK.
Yeah.
So the interesting part about this Corcoran guy, though, is despite this conviction, he wasn't disinvited from their activities. And there's a photo of him in like November 2019, you know, like marching with oh, it's got the feminist power sign, right? The fist in the the fisting one. My body,
the
my right, my
one.
choice. It literally is. It's literally it's a fist in a uterus. It's like it's right up in there. It's which is funny too because like when you put that on an abortion thing, it's literally like they're punching the fetus.
Oh god!
I never thought of it that way before, but let's see. Okay, and actually. This article goes on to talk about things outside of Ireland. So this isn't strictly Ireland Antifa. 7 Russian Antifa members were sentenced to 6 to 18 years in prison for planning bombings intended to disrupt the 20... Okay, that's bombings. We're talking... Why is that even in here? Of the 7, one of them has a disturbing history with women and girls. I don't know what that means. So there's a guy.
Does it mean he's a rapist?
It looks like he has tattoos on his hand.
Oh dear.
This guy has an interesting skull shape. Let me see.
What does it look like?
You know, in Nightmare Before Christmas, the three children, like one of them has like a very triangular long head. He looks like a Nightmare Before Christmas character.
Oh, really?
With highlights.
With highlights too.
With highlights. Here, let me go ahead and I'll go ahead and share the actual articles I'm reading. I figure I'm doing it potato quality because that seems to prevent skipping, which I think is the lesser, you know, like skipping is the greater evil compared to not being able to read what's on the screen. But I'll go ahead and put the article up.
Oh, okay.
Wait, where's the thing? Here we go. Don't capture the cursor.
Oh, another twink joins the...
Twink?
Is that...
Oh, hi,
yeah, I guess he is a little... Oh, yeah, we have Toto in here. I thought you were talking about the dude on the screen. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I was wondering when you were gonna show up.
How was your bowl?
How's my bowl?
Food,
Okay,
not,
it was actually
food, not
awful.
drugs, I mean. Yeah.
It was actually awful. I hate it.
Oh, so that was when
way
you
too
made...
spicy.
Oh, I see.
Like, I don't know what it is with fucking Koreans, but they need to stop eating such spicy shit.
You just gotta build up your
spicy.
tolerance. Gotta eat more kimchi.
No.
No.
Fuck kimchi.
You can't make me.
Ooh, fermented cabbage.
But I might have to go here in like 15 minutes, and then I'll be back in like another 20.
Oh, okay, well,
Sorry,
we're talking
I just-
about how Antifa are actually a bunch of pedophiles, it turns out.
I actually am not surprised by that, but
Yeah, that's the thing, is I have skepticism just because of the way people like to throw these accusations out, but since it's Antifa, I'm not going to be surprised that... It seems like a lot of this is, like, confirmed, convicted shit. Although, we're getting into... I don't know if this photo is the guy, this Russian guy, Arman Saginbayev. Ugh. I'll put this name.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna put this name.
Business.
I know we're talking about pedophilia, which is pretty scandalous, but I feel like this name is a scandal too. How would you pronounce this? Let's all take a swing at it. Saginbayev?
Is it not Bayev?
Saginbayev? We gotta make it. It sounds like... I don't know, it sounds like something out of a fantasy novel as opposed to like Eastern Europe.
Does it end EV?
It does.
Right, so it probably has Ev at the end then.
Ev.
Yeah.
So this dude, this guy, which am I wrong in characterizing his skull shape as something out of like Nightmare Before Christmas? It's like very...
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah, this is like he belongs in, he walked out of a claymation thing. And what's on his hand? Look at all this like writing on his hand. I don't know, is this a tattoo or are these notes?
His hand's really
just,
bony, too.
So hello guys, I think it's Zaginbayev.
Oh, there you go. Okay, good. That sounds much more authoritative. Also, welcome, Fleegan. Nice to have you.
hi, Fleegan.
Hi.
Hey guys.
I also sent a link to Jen. I wonder if she'll show up.
Talk of the devil.
I think today, all of my...
Jen's here.
Oh, you are here. Wait, no, she's not.
She is.
Just when you said it.
Oh,
Just when you said
there we
it.
go. Yeah,
What's up?
just gotta say your name 3 times.
What the hell? Everyone's getting in the call now.
All right, now it's a party. All right, I've done it. We're almost at the point where we have more people on the call than listening, and that's a form of success.
Party.
All right. So yeah, so Jen and Fleegan, I don't know if you were listening a little bit before you hopped on, but the article we're looking at now is Antifa apparently has a pedophile problem. And apparently this is an international issue. It's like a thing in Ireland, and now we're looking at it in Russia with this Nightmare Before Christmas looking ass dude with what are either hand tattoos or like he writes his notes on the backside of his hand where anyone can see it, like a fucking psychopath. Okay. This article's long.
Yeah, I saw that on 4chan the other day, and there's someone had posted a picture of some sort of parade, I guess, where they were saying Antifa, no pedophobes, no Mike Cernovich. So I guess this has been an ongoing thing, but yeah, thanks for bringing it to our attention.
That's funny. Why? I know they don't like Mike Cernovich, right? But what does he have to do with quote unquote a pedophobia in particular?
They're just so like out of the loop that they think Mike Cernovich is the avatar of the alt-right. I think it's a bit of a dated image.
Yeah, it is. Also, okay, forgive me, I'm gonna be a little bit rude, but he aged. He aged like he's the president. You know how like when people become president, like you do the before and after with the 8 years, and it's like whoa, like a fucking vampire got at him. Like that's like Mike Cernovich.
Oh my god, I'm subbed to this channel that does like the odd clip of Mike Cernovich and other like kind of milquetoast type people. And one came up the other day and he's freaking out. He's like, oh my god, everyone's freaking out about coronavirus. Why are you freaking out? Stop freaking out!
Yeah, I listened to him for kind of a while, and I don't know. I think with Mike Cernovich, his big scandal I think had to do with like either hitting his wife or like being into strangling her or something. It was something like that, which I don't know. As far as scandals go, whatever. Let's see.
I never even heard of it. I just remember him being like kind of a thing around the time Trump got elected.
Yeah, well, because I think he promoted the, what was it, MAGA 3X was a big campaign he did, and it was almost like a pay-it-forward thing, I think. It was like you spread MAGA to like 3 other people every day or something. But anyway, and then the third part of this article, they talk about in the United States, they have its own case comparable to those in Ireland and Russia, with this guy from Portland, I guess. Let's see. Micah Isaiah Rhodes of Portland's Resistance was arrested in 2014 and in 2015 for sexually abusing a minor girl and minor boy. During his trials, the county sheriff revealed that Rhodes had an inappropriate history with minors dating to his youth. At 14, Rhodes was caught sexually abusing a 9-year-old boy, and at 15, Rhodes was caught with 3 much younger boys. Yeah.
14 though. I mean, yeah, I got. It sounds like he has like. It sounds like he got like molested himself. Because if he's doing it that early,
maybe. Although I remember it was Dr. Cantwell said that that's actually. I think he argued that that's actually like a myth, which I never looked into that claim.
Me neither. I always just it sounded like it made so much sense when somebody quoted that. I never really questioned it. I'm a bad person.
Because it seems like it makes sense, like intuitively. So I don't know. That'd be an interesting thing to kind of look into. But
wait, what makes sense? Sorry.
He claimed that the idea that what was it that like abuse can be a cause or abuse can be related to people offending or make it more likely. Because I think that wasn't it that
kind of
statistically it's true, like raw statistics wise.
I don't know.
Like we never looked for those statistics, which is to assume that to be true, that there's a strong correlation between being victimized in this way and becoming a perpetrator. But yeah, we should probably choose our words wisely in the future and actually look for those statistics before we ever spread that idea again.
it sounds like this guy probably didn't have like if it's this young, like 14, like he's probably just starting puberty, or like I don't know, around 13. It sounds like he had a very weird, if not like completely lacking of like any sort of sexual education.
I mean,
I don't know.
These are the actual ages from the book A Clockwork Orange. Like Alex is 14 and one of the victims of his is 9.
Right.
Is he
So
really?
this
Are
is
they really
kinda
supposed
weird.
to be that young in Clockwork Orange? I never read the book. I heard that like I have a friend who was like really liked the book and would always insist like the movie is garbage because so much of like because I guess the gist of it is the point of the book is that as the reader they use so much jargon. It's almost like a Lewis Carroll level of jargon that's obscuring what's actually happening, and it's not until you're getting towards the end that you start to realize what they're actually doing. But with the movie, since you're seeing it all, it's just like a gratuitous just sex and violence thing. And then people, they see sex and violence on the screen and they go, "Oh wow, this is profound."
Well, to be fair, what was Kubrick supposed to do? Like, he couldn't have used actors of the actual ages. That would have been insane.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I guess I'm not sure how, from like a visual filming standpoint, you'd have a way of like depicting that in a way that's like abstract or non-obvious enough. I guess, yeah. But of course, that might just mean that it's doomed from the start. But
Anyways, so let's stop with that tangent. Let's get on with the
Yeah.
fucking pedophile.
I don't know. I mean, that was all there really was to the article. So it seemed like they talked about these students in Ireland infiltrating Antifa, but it seems like none of the information featured in the article was anything beyond like, here's a bunch of convicted pedophiles that have like positions of influence in various Antifa things. Which, I mean, Antifa's not that big, I don't think. I guess maybe I'm wrong. I
guess it depends on your definition of Antifa. Are we talking about like edgy fucking anarchists on the internet saying, "Yeah, I'm Antifa," and then compared to like actual like like Antifa that like the ones that go out and like fucking like I don't know break into fucking businesses or whatever whenever the president they don't want being in gets in office. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question. Like, how many Antifa proper versus just Antifa sympathizers? Because some of those quote unquote protests they've held are pretty meager.
Well, and the other thing too is how many of them are true believers, because we know that you have your whole Soros-funded buses full of people who get paid to do these things.
Well, it doesn't really make sense as an ideology, right? I mean, they're collectivizing along the lines of being anti-collectivists. It's a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, it's almost like left-wing libertarians and left-wing so-called anarchists are completely retarded and their ideology makes absolutely no sense.
Well, if you look in Europe,
I
there's
may
much.
humbly suggest.
There's some like fairly frequent Antifa, Black Bloc things in many European countries, and from my experience, it seems to be more about throwing stones at policemen and vandalizing cities than about any specific ideological thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
I'm being very I'm not being generous with these people at all. Like, I know some of those people, and they seem to just really want to throw Molotov cocktails at cops.
Yeah. By the way, never go to those fucking like protests where the Antifa are at though, because they're retarded and will actually try and assault you.
no, I had an experience like that. I think I might have mentioned that at one point on a stream.
Really?
Yeah. So it's not it's a quick story, but me and my friend like there was gonna be a protest. Oh god, and what was the protest for? I don't even remember. But it was something local in Minnesota, and then there was also going to be a counter protest. And me and my friend, we were like, hey, like we're not doing anything. Like let's just show up there. Like we don't really care that much one way or another. So we'll show up just to kind of see because it'll be interesting, right? So we showed up there just to kind of walk around, and I remember I saw there was like a clash between the Antifa people and like there was this girl who had like her phone out. And they like grabbed her phone and like threw it on the like smashed it on the concrete. And I was like, oh, that just fucking happened in the intersection. Like nobody intervenes, whatever. And then we were walking around and like we found an American flag like hidden in bushes. And we were like, huh, like how come this flag is here? Like let's take this. Let's fucking like score. We have an American flag, like whatever. just like fucking stoners, just fucking around. So we're walking around with our American flag, and then like down the street a little bit, we ran into three-pers. You guys know the three-pers, 3%ers?
Oh, okay. So those guys, are those the guys with like the guns and shit?
Yeah. They're what they are is they're I guess they're kind of like a gun advocacy group. Like and the idea behind the name 3% is that that's the percentage of the population that you need to be armed and to know gun safety and to practice guns and everything in order to ensure that the government is held accountable, basically. And people on the left will they'll depict 3pers as like a terrorist organization. We spoke to them. They were they're very nice. They were very they're very like they just told us like what they were about and everything, and talking to us, and they mentioned like be careful if you go over there because those people are they're obviously violent, and they mentioned like they like to have they have like things they do where you go on like almost like a retreat and then like practice like shooting with guns or whatever. They're quite wholesome. They're quite wholesome, quite nice people. So that was an interesting thing. I learned who the 3pers were and we talked to them, and then it was funny reading about them later and being like, oh, I guess those are supposed to be terrorists, like because like they're not. But and then we're walking back there with the flag, and because we were holding the American flag, these Antifa people. Oh no! You know what it was? My fucking friend, he was wearing a shirt with Pepe on it. He had like a Pepe shirt, right?
Oh.
So they were like, "That's a nice shirt." Right? And like literally a mob of them, like half a dozen of them surrounded us, and this was right in front of the cops. They were threatening to beat us up and told us to go walk to the end of the block, and we're like, okay, fine, like it's not worth it. We'll just like walk away because we were walking. But what the cops had done was the original protesters, the ones that Antifa were protesting against, they like forced them to stay in the Capitol. And then they allowed all the Antifa people to swarm right around the entrance. So literally the people who came to protest were like just rabid zombie.
Yeah, if you ever go to one, like actually like fucking carry a pistol or something.
Well, and that's so the thing. You can tell that these people they were doing it because they were getting an emotional rise out of like oh yeah, I want to bash the fash and blah blah. Like they're bloodthirsty.
They'll fucking like all of them, like all 5, like 10 of them or whatever, will fucking like gang up on you and like beat the shit out of you if they can. That's why I'm saying, if they try that, shoot them in the fucking face.
Well, and they have an organized strategy too. The first thing they'll do is they'll have someone go in to try to blind you to get you to cover your eyes, and then other ones will come in to like attack you in different ways. Like they have a whole method. Like Andy No broke it down.
Right.
It's
never fucking go.
Yeah, it's...
Have you guys heard of color revolutions?
I have not.
Because they're apparently carried out by Antifa-type people. One of the more recent ones, the one that happened in Iran, and basically it's like a bunch of, Antifa-type, hippies, probably some good people in there, but mostly, these commie, type idealistic people, and they helped with the overthrowing of the Shah. And then, of course, at the end of it, it was like they were just basically kicked out or killed, and they instituted a theocracy. But yeah, they George Soros has funded several of these color revolutions worldwide, and apparently they were trying to get one started in the United States as well, a purple one. And if you look up the speech made by Hillary Clinton recently after she lost the election, she was wearing purple, and so was Bill. So there's a conspiracy theory for you.
Ooh, okay.
That's interesting. I've never heard that. It's like you feel like you've heard every single thing about Clinton. That shit goes deep. Also, I'm going to be my B version of H.A. Goodman and just reiterate, Hillary Clinton's going to get the nomination. I really should bet on that. I really should actually put money on it. I kind of did a half-ass effort of Googling how to do that, and I couldn't find a website that did it, so I just gave up.
I could ask a friend to bet $100 on that, if you like. He must know where he bet on that.
Yeah, I mean, there's gotta be just like a website, right? Because I think I could. And then if it paid off, that would solve... Oh, I guess no, because I wouldn't get the fucking money until however many months later. But the other thing, too, is, like, let's say Biden gets the nomination with Hillary Clinton as VP, and then they take him out. Like, technically, I would still be correct, right? But I'd technically not be correct, right? Because we don't know exactly what the mechanism is, and like anything could happen. So I don't know. But let's see.
Sorry for interrupting you. I just wanted to say I put a link there in the chat from 2016 if anyone wants to look at it.
Oh, let me see. Was this right? The color revolution people?
Yeah, it just sort of sums it up. It's not a bad website, Zero Hedge. I found some good info there before.
Yeah.
Before we leave the topic of Antifa, I want Milo Yiannopoulos to like fucking like get them arrested again, because I think he did that one time. He got like a few of them and landed in fucking jail or something. I forgot. I think it was back in like 2017. I think they were protesting and like infiltrated them and like pretended to be one of the Antifa, and then they like.
Oh yeah, no, that was super funny. I went to see Milo. He came to a college in Minnesota, and I drove out there to check it out. And,
yeah, he needs to do that again, because it's always fucking hilarious when they get landed in jail, because they absolutely deserve it, like 90% of the time. So.
Yeah, well, it was funny because I think they were like in disguise, like protesting his own event, and then he reveals himself and then walks into it. Like it was pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they were crying. Oh no, we're going to fucking jail because we broke the law because they were like assaulting people or some shit. So.
There was the other one
really
too where
throws me back.
He had one protester, like one lonely protester standing outside, and Milo goes outside and he's like, "Hey, like, do you want some water?" Like
little lamb. Yeah, he has like a little lamb.
Yeah.
And I think he actually donated 1 penny to get the Antifa people out of the fucking jail, or they could bail them out. Because I thought that was hilarious too. He's just such a little fucking troll.
Yeah, it's always like, I have friends on Facebook who are very pro Antifa, and it was very funny. Like, I think it was 2 years ago at this G9 summit in Hamburg, where they actually arrested like 30 self-proclaimed Antifa for actually physically harming policemen. And when the trial finally started, they were like, "Oh, you can't do this. This is so wrong." Like, dude, this dude literally set a policeman on fire.
Yeah, isn't Antifa like fucking metal, like in Germany, like Europe? Like they're like way worse. Like
they're still fucking weak cowards, but they use like more
use, like,
stones
fire
and
bombs
fire bombs,
Yeah,
pepper spray, knives.
Yeah, at least our Antifa don't have the
bike
balls
locks
to do
guy
that. Yeah,
probably got his idea from the Swiss Antifa that used bike locks. Like, what the fuck do they expect? Like, you can't just attack a human being and then say, "Oh,
well,
no,
he
but he
expected
was
to
a
get away.
cop."
He expected to get away. You know, he actually almost got away, but you know the 4chan autists got him. So
That one was beautiful when they identified it from all of that footage.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, God bless them. Yeah, so yeah, this was from November, so right on the heels. Because that's right, there were all those like anti-Trump protests right away. Yeah.
Yeah. There's probably gonna be more after this fucking election, and it's gonna be hilarious to watch.
I wonder why purple though. Like, are there other colors? I wonder what the significance of that is.
I don't think there is a significance. It's just like whatever color hasn't been used yet. I think Iran was orange. It doesn't seem to be connected to anything.
I see. Well, and I guess it's
Like-
kind of useful to color coordinate, right? So you know which one you're referring to.
Yeah, but if you expect the colors to make any sense on any basis, you're giving them way too much credit.
Yeah, we talked about this last time, didn't we?
Well, I
Yeah,
do
it's
also want to note,
unproven.
though, a lot of people, when you say things are Soros funded, they try to like go Snopes on you and say actually, right? Like he didn't directly give the money or whatever, and it's like you can clearly trace it through his organizations, and like they act like. They act like when you say things are Soros funded, you mean that like literally Soros just directly out of his pocket paid for it and didn't do it through any of like the institutions that he has control of. I just wanted to throw that out there because, anyway.
Gotcha. That's good information.
Just in case. But yeah, it's. Yeah, I mean, it's just like there's literally nothing that you can't put past Clinton these days. The other story I had here, this one's a little bit, I don't know, this one's a lot lighter. It's a little old, from 2019, but it was a 10-year-old girl suspended for asking to be exempted from LGBT school lesson. And basically, she talks about how she's like, she's a 10-year-old girl in like 5th grade or whatever, and she's like, people used to not be confused about these things, and you're just like making things weird, and like everybody is like unsure of themselves, and like kind of being baited into identifying as weird things because there's so much of a focus on it. And apparently, she was in a class, and she says, "Sir, may I please not take part in the lesson?" Because they handed out LGBT material for coloring. Just like
LGBT,
first of all, why are they handing out coloring sheets in 5th grade?
Wow.
I mean, I color. I do that because when I teach babies and we have coloring sheets, I color my own, because then if they see one where like all the lines are colored in, and I'll do like multiple different colors inside of the line and some gradients and stuff, and then they'll be like, "Whoa, that's so good," right? And then like it'll make them actually try. Otherwise, they'll just
I like
take the
coloring
fucking.
as well.
Otherwise, they'll be like, "My favorite color is red," and they just scribble all over it, and then it's like, "You fucker, that was supposed to take you at least 10 minutes. Like, I have to find something else for us to do." So I color a lot as part of my job in order to like make sure that they actually try when they color, because they need to build those hand muscles so they can like make letters. But anyway, so in 5th grade they're handing out LGBT coloring, and she's like, "Can I not do this?" And the teacher says that she said LGBT sucks and LGBT's dumb, which she says did not happen.
Yeah. Who the fuck cares? It just like borders on inappropriate at that point, because like what the hell are you teaching them? Like most kids probably wouldn't fucking care. Like nowadays, at least.
Yeah.
The weird thing is this combination of too old to do coloring, too young for this topic.
Yeah, I think it might like verge on like the perverted territory, because like I don't know, what are they teaching them? Like, are they teaching them how like properly insert fucking dildos in your ass or some shit, like rainbow dildos?
If you don't know the order of the colors in the rainbow, you're probably a bigot.
Yeah,
that's gonna be on the test. Fleegan, that's a really good point. Literally, you're handing these children a coloring sheet because you think that's an appropriate activity for their age group, while teaching them about like gay issues. And it's like, you gotta pick one. You gotta fucking pick one. Which way is it?
It's very fucking offensive
to talk about this,
like,
or are they coloring?
And it's also like very fucking offensive to like people like for example, I was actually like bullied by homophobic people in my high school. Why it was still a fucking thing back then. It was like, what, 2013, 2014. But I guess it didn't catch on until then. But, it's very fucking offensive, like, that the people will say, "Oh, this shit's homophobic," but, like, no, it's not. Like, I actually know what homophobia is, and it's not this.
Honestly, I'm surprised to hear that would be a thing as late as 2013, because to me that's...
I know, right? And it was confusing to me as well, but... Like, yeah, they would call me faggot and shit. And I was just like, okay, go fuck yourself. Fucking
hell, they would jump me.
Well, what you gotta do is
they
you
just
gotta
talk
say...
shit. It wasn't anything, like, physical, at least. But, like, they just talked shit because they were inbred fucking hillbillies, but...
Yeah, tell them, stop calling me a faggot. That gives me a boner. Quit beating me. I like it.
I like it. That's my code word, yeah. It's my nickname.
The thing that bothers me about this article, though, is like it's all about, she's a Jamaican, and in Jamaica everybody's Catholic, and that's why she has an issue with it. And like I hate that it's like you always have to have a religious excuse, and it's something that I'm kind of like an obnoxious, like annoying, mean atheist over it, but I don't know. I really, really wish that more Christians would be on board with like extending the privileges to be exempt from this kind of shit that they cite because of their religious belief. I wish that they would like respect that right for everyone. Because as it stands, it's like I could make up a fake religion that lets me have the right to do things like not partake in these lessons and to refuse service and to not wax the ball sack, right? But they're like, no, we're exempt because we have a religion, but everybody else has to deal with the goddamn civil rights movement. And I see that as, like, that's just That's the epitome of being a Judas. That is backstabbing your citizens. You know.
Yep.
You know. So, and I get it that Christians don't like being called a bunch of backstabbing Judases. I get it.
Isn't that why you chose the phrase Judas?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess I'm being redundant, but I mean, a lot of them, they may not be familiar with that story.
I hope the Christians are.
You'd hope so,
I mean-
but I mean, well, for example, like the phrase sodomy, they think that just refers to anal sex, but it's like, if I remember that story correctly, what they wanted to do was rape God's angels, right? I feel like the term that should refer to raping God's angels, not.
Well, technically, in the German, it also means sex with plants and animals.
Yeah.
Really, sex with plants. So the even like what about like inanimate objects like people who like to fuck statues?
Good
Is that a
question.
thing?
How do you even do that?
Here, there's a website. I wonder if it's still statue molesters, statuemolesters.org.
Oh goodness, I don't want to.
Oh my.
I don't want to put that in my mind.
I wonder. It was or like dolphinsex.org, statuemolesters.org. Is it still up? Yeah, it's just people who do disgusting poses with statues.
Wait, doing
Oh,
this
this
stuff,
site
discussing
can't be
poses is molestation? Like, do statues have feelings? I wasn't aware.
Maybe. I mean,
It
obviously
depends what
not.
color they are.
But yeah, I guess that's my big gripe with this is it's like the Christian Christian Concern retweets it, and it's like why. You know what I mean?
Why are
Like,
they
they make the
getting
scope too
treatment?
narrow when it's like you have to have a religious excuse.
Yeah.
It's not compatible with the idea of religious freedom because you can't create like a litmus test for what's a legitimate religion because it's so subjective. Anyway, I guess there's not really much meat on that story. I just saw it and thought it was kind of whatever. The next one though, this one's actually the headline made me laugh. Dendrophilia. Thank you, Ashley, for this link. Dendrophilia literally means love of trees. I think I've heard that phrase before. I think there was a new term they called themselves like ecosexuals or something, where they like to like fuck the earth.
Ew.
Or, I guess I say no harm, no foul. Just if you make a hole, bury it. I feel it's like the shitting in the forest standard. Like as long as you bury it.
So if you make a hole, fuck it, and then don't close the hole back up, you have a problem with that.
Why is NBC News being annoying? Okay. Why are you making me allow ads? I'm gonna try and do the incognito trick. Usually that works. Ha! I got it. I just gotta... I'm just not gonna bother with this article because I have to reload it to get it on the screen again, I think.
You think?
No, yeah, it's because that's the other window. Okay, I'm just gonna remove it. But anyway, this one's really funny because everybody is upset over it. GOP candidate pardoned by Trump compares LGBTQ movement to pedophilia. Angela Stanton King should be Angela Stanton absolute queen. Oh, this picture's too perfect. I have to put it on the screen. Just give me a moment. But
Oh boy.
I mean, I've said a million times over the only common denominator between all the different parts of the like LGBT Q-tip bullshit is like literally any sexual anything. So like of course you have to include every single paraphilia you can think of. So we got to add the dendrophiliacs, we got to add we got to add the statue molesters, we got to add the pedophiles, the necrophiliacs, bestiality. Like you have to add them all. When it was GLB, the common denominator was sexual
Oh, I see.
orientation. Yeah, but then when you add anything else, it's like, okay, that's it. Like, I don't know
Wait,
why
it
people
started
have
as
such a...
GLB,
It used to be GLB.
but then the L had to be the first letter
Yeah,
because
because the
reasons.
lesbians were upset. The lesbians were upset because they're like historically and statistically not relevant. The homosexual males were hogging up all the discrimination.
Yeah.
And there's a
How
secret
horrible.
conspiracy to erase all of the lesbians from history. That's kind of the overall narrative.
The group that suffered the most in history can't be the first one because they're not the lesbians.
Yeah,
Sounds fair.
basically. All right. So this is her. You can see on the screen.
I can see her.
I
Interesting
love her
forehead
face
shape.
because it's a face that just says like zero fucks. This is a face of zero
Wow.
fucks given.
That's one hell of a resting bitch face.
I know, right? Angela Stanton King, absolute queen, a Georgia Republican running to unseat civil rights leader John Lewis in Congress, posted multiple anti-LGBTQ messages on Twitter. Ooh, I hope the tweets are still up so we can like them. A congressional candidate and former felon who was recently pardoned by President Donald Trump. Well, I wonder what was she? So she's a former felon. The plot thickens. So she stands by a series of anti-LGBTQ tweets that have earned her widespread criticism. So I wonder, like, whatever she was convicted of, whatever felony that was, apparently is not real news, because I haven't fucking heard of her before this. But
Yeah.
we'll forgive her for her felony, whatever it is, but the tweets and the cancel culture, nah. Okay, so she announced she's running on Friday. Let's see. Gay means men having sex with men. If you wouldn't want your 12-year-old daughter advertising that she enjoys sex with men/boys, why your 12-year-old son? Hey, that's fair enough, you know, and I think that's something perverse about, like, the whole gay rights movement, is it is people taking something that kind of should be more personal and private and just, like, making a massive, grotesque political statement of it. And, like, when it comes down to it, like, you're literally telling people, like what kinds of sexual acts you like on a massive public scale.
This is Joe.
Yeah. And it's just like...
She's just holding them to, like, everyone to the same standard, it sounds like, from this. Like, I don't think they're any anti-anything.
Yeah, and the kids are kind of a victim of this because it's not like they know better, you know? So they'll just get, like, sucked into all this crap, become indoctrinated.
Yeah, and actually, there's some nuance to this tweet. So the argument is that when you're, like, encouraging young people who are, in her example, 12-year-olds, to come out and identify in this way, you're asking children to tell you what their sexual, like, proclivities are, and that's very...
It's weird, yeah.
Yeah, that's pedophilia in a way. Yeah.
Isn't it also kind of infringing on the personal decision when to go public, when to out yourself?
Yeah, right? And it's like there's something wrong with you if you prefer to kind of keep it on the DL, you know? Oh yeah, it's still up. Absolute Queen has not... Oh, since I'm incognito, I'm not logged in. God, why do I have the hardest life? How do I find the link? Why does Twitter make it so hard to find just, like, the direct link to anything?
Is that
I would call
like
these
a name
first
she goes
world
by the
problems.
way? Like Absolute Queen?
Huh?
Absolute Queen. Are they talking about her? Is that like her nickname or
No,
something?
that's just me saying it.
I have to
Oh,
go, so I'll
okay.
be back in like 30 minutes.
That's just me calling her Queen
Cool.
the same way that we call each other kings.
Oh, okay.
Because we're all kings here.
I love it. I
Obviously.
love that she has this up. This is fucking cool. Yeah. We'll give her a like. We'll give her a retweet. Fuck
Oh.
it. Ooh, the comments. There's a lot of salt in the comments here. Black Diamond responded, who is a homosexual black man. Homosexual, light-skinned black man. Just, here, you've earned this. Stupid bitch award. Wow, there's a lot of a lot of salt in here. Anyway, I
Anything
want to find out what
snappy?
her felony was.
Can those people actually be snappy or funny? Like, I've never seen it.
Ha ha ha! I called you a stupid bitch. Fucking wrecked.
Like, that's the weakest burn I could imagine. Like, isn't he half black or something? Man, Jesus, work on your fucking stuff.
And then the other one that's, I guess, very offensive is she says, America can accept a transsexual that changed their whole identity / sex, but can't accept a felon who has changed their whole lifestyle. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, the thing is, though, is like, if you're a felon, like, you did something that's presumably harmful to others, whereas, by and large, if you're a transsexual, it's kind of, that's pretty much a victimless crime if you characterize it that way. Mm-hmm. So this one I'm a little bit less excited about, but still, like, are we gonna cancel her over this? That's an interesting comparison. Like, let's see, she appeared on she was on a BET documentary From the Bottom Up. She founded a criminal justice organization, served 6 months in prison in 2007 after she was convicted on federal conspiracy charges for her role in a stolen car ring. She and 10 others were pardoned by Trump in February. I wonder why does she get pardoned?
Why do you get pardoned if you're part of a stolen car ring? Like, was that the thing he pardoned her for?
Apparently, yeah.
It's very weird. Very, very weird.
Yeah. And it's like, how come we're not pardoning, like, how come, if I were president, I'd pardon Martin Shkreli. That'd be literally the first thing I do is pardon Martin Shkreli. And then, and drop all the charges on Assange. I think Tulsi Gabbard came out and said that. She's like, why? And I think Edward Snowden, right, should have a pardon too. I think that's something people talk about a lot. Because
I would totally agree.
Chelsea Manning, I think Obama didn't Obama pardon Chelsea Manning, right?
I think Chelsea Manning's free right now. So,
or did they just serve their time?
Wasn't that like high treason and conspiracy and shit? It can't be. That's short for that. I have to look that up.
We really do need to make treason great again, though. Like, the fact that people can just openly identify as a communist or a fascist, right? And then they're like, that's my free speech. It's like, you stated your intention to, like, put me in a gulag and fucking kill me. Like, I don't care what happens to you. Like,
I sent you a picture on Twitter.
Oh, let me see.
Actually, I sent you two. Yeah, the one I just
Okay,
sent.
Chelsea Manning was pardoned by Obama. So, apparently so. We kind of have to use the word treason while it still means what it means, because I recently saw this recent Michael Moore film about Trump, and he called Trump talking to Putin high treason. And I was kind of confused by that. Like, aren't leaders of countries supposed to talk to each other? Like, isn't that part of their job?
Yeah.
Didn't, like, Reagan meet with actual communist leaders? It's weird.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And, like, that's another thing, too, is everybody shits on McCarthy. And it's like, McCarthy's only mistake was he didn't do enough. Like, there was confirmed communist elements in his party that were trying to be subversive. And, like, the fact that they spread the whole McCarthyist Red Scare narrative, like, that's literally evidence of the exact kind of conspiracy that they were engaged in. And, like, the idea that there's no merit to this idea that communists are trying to infiltrate and take over America, like, literally that happened. It's like it's like the least controversial claim ever.
I'm not sure if actually Charlie Chaplin was truly involved. since he had to flee the country. But they always like focused on those cases where it's like, hey, this dude is just like an actor, and there's no real proof. But there's other cases where it's much more clear and would have been much more understandable.
Oh, I don't want to believe that about Charlie Chaplin, though.
Yeah, what did he do?
That he wasn't a communist? Because I think that's what I was insinuating. You want him to be a communist?
Yeah, no, I want him to be a good guy. Because he is my... I use him to justify the Hitler stash, because I think we should bring it back. Like, I think that's a perfectly good mustache. And I think, in principle, a mustache should be not as wide, or at the very least not wider than your upper lip, but not more narrow than your nose, like somewhere in between, almost as though it like forms a triangle. And that's like what the Hitler stash does. Like, I think it's a good mustache. And I just feel like Hitler did enough damage, and then on top of it, we're sacrificing a perfectly good mustache.
Take the mustache back?
Yeah, we should take it back. And people, they get really upset with me when I say that. And it's like, what? Like, the fucking mustache didn't kill anyone.
But it's the same fucking stupid thing with the swastika. Like, it's a symbol in like 120 different cultures, and it's always positive. But one guy, the Nazis, that they take it and they make it like their symbol, and now it's a banned symbol. Like, okay,
Of course.
like I don't have a strong urge to draw a swastika, but I don't really understand why it's their symbol now.
The majority of people have very lukewarm IQ, so of course the littlest things they're gonna have outrage. They don't have the wherewithal to think about things.
No, yeah, and it's like we're supposed to understand the nuance behind this argument of like taking back these things, but like at the same time we can't expect people to have the nuance to like judge the use of a symbol or a word in context. Like, that's too much, but simultaneously, like, you're an ignorant piece of shit if you don't understand the argument based in social justice behind why like black people get to say the N-word but not others. So it's like, which is it? Also, these are the pictures that Jen
Would this
sent
mean
me.
only Germans were allowed to wear the Hitler mustache? Not sure I follow the logic of it all yet.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I guess there's with the mustache, that's considered completely forbidden. You're just like not allowed to have it. I actually had a Hitler stash for a while, but my like hair type is a little bit rougher and more textured, so I think I kind of got away with it. But
Also, it's like a gas mask mustache. He used to have like a Bismarck style mustache before the war.
So if you guys are looking at the screen now, can you guess who this is? Because if you had not told me who this was when you sent this to me, Jen, I would have no idea. But now I can see it now that I know who it is.
So that's not Manning, right?
No,
He was
it's
more
actually
scrawny.
she sent me this a while back, so it's someone we mentioned like earlier, much earlier.
I won't reveal it. I'll give you guys a chance to guess.
Yeah, this is a fun game, and if you're in the chat, you can play along too.
Well,
There won't be a
Mr.
surprise.
Problematic says Harvey Weinstein.
Is there going to be any hint or something?
No, the hint is the face.
Huh.
Wow, we have more people. I'm sorry, I've been neglecting the chat like an awful person. That was what Lycan Theory criticized me for earlier, and I suppose.
Yeah.
I
You probably
know.
have more people watching if you paid attention more.
Well, you know why? My operation has become so complex and professional that I guess it's no longer a one-man operation. I mean, look at this. I put the shitty Pepe in the corner, and I looped like a retarded thing that looks kind of like vaguely poisonous and ambient and everything. A lot of elements on here, but all right, we're all giving up. It's Mike Cernovich. This is Mike Cernovich.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He
Well, I've only read it in
he
books.
looks less handsome here than he did maybe like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, it's definitely dated. A dated image. I remember I saw that around the time of the WikiLeaks.
Yeah, he's kind of got like a doughy jawline here that I think that maybe Maybe he is one of these people who like starts working out like in their 40s and like peaks then, because like men can just do that, which is like ridiculous. Let me see. So we'll get rid of. Okay, so that was just a fun little game there. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. And then this is kind of funny.
Oh, he's kind of cute there.
The situation in Chile is so crazy that we are seeing ANCAPs and fascists uniting against Maoists and anarchists. Yeah.
Oh wow, that sounds like a good TV show to watch.
Yeah, then there'd be like star-crossed lovers. Fashion falls in love with Antifa. And
God, I would love that. I would love to see like kind of like a basic bitch rom-com style comedy thing, but like that's heavily political. And not like this basic bitch like, oh, this person's liberal, this person's conservative. Like to feature people that actually have like kind of more esoteric or really, really specific beliefs. Like I feel like people are, I mean, who am I kidding? People aren't itching for that. It'd be a thing.
Pitch it to Netflix, please.
Oh, that's right. That's their answer phrase. Thank you for calling Netflix. You're greenlit. I did start watching the new Castlevania. I'm 3 episodes in, and it's very good, but it is like a rom-com. Like it's very different. Haven't gotten to the put a current pic next to it. No, that's too much work. I'm sorry. You have to do that on your own Google Tabs.
it's never good enough, is it?
I know, right? Everybody's so demanding. God.
You use OBS, right?
Yeah, I do use OBS, so I don't really have an. I could be, but it's just I don't use a mouse because it's too hard. I don't have a desk. I don't have a desk or a chair. I just sit on my bed and I have this like weird contraption. I should do like another room reveal so people can compare it to when I first moved in here. It's mostly the same, but a little bit more cluttered these days. But anyway, what article were we even on? Oh yeah, this one. I guess that was it. That was all we. Oh wait, was there more here? So okay, this woman who Trump pardoned, she's described as pro-God, pro-life, pro-woman, pro-America, pro-Trump, and pro-common sense. So, meh.
Uh-huh.
That reminds me of like when you see these disaffected normie females who are like Christopher Hitchens fans or whatever, and they have like pro-reason and pro-logic in their bio, and like you're supposed to read that and feel impressed, and it's just very impressive. I'm sure you'll agree.
You know who's the worst about that? The goddamn moderates. Ugh, the fucking moderates. They make my blood boil.
That's basically what I meant by disaffected normie female. Like they are just, they're basically interchangeable. Like they are kind of like that.
The Jewish boomer that was threatening to sue me on Facebook identifies as an independent. And he's like, you're just bashing me because I support the Jew. And I'm just like, I don't even fucking know you. Like,
I had a brother who voted for an independent candidate in a recent election, knowing full well that it was a wasted vote, but he didn't vote for him for any political reason. It was like this... actually, should I say this? Some guy who got into trouble for doing something that was illegal, and he voted for him for that reason, because he thought it was funny.
That is kind of funny. That's the thing, is people take voting so seriously.
There's no point.
Huh?
The thing is, in Britain, and it's the same in America with the duopoly, like, there's this constant collective action problem, because the thing is that if you don't like one of the two major parties, you don't like the conservative... What happens is you just end up voting against the opposite party, so it's like, right... I'll vote Labour because I don't like the Tories, or vice versa, as in this most recent election. And you do have the option of voting for an independent if you don't like either of the major parties. The problem with that is there's always this lingering feeling of, well, nobody else is going to be doing that. Everybody else is going to be voting for one of the major parties. So I would just be wasting my vote by doing that. So therefore, there's never any real change. It's always just a duopoly between the two big parties, and which are becoming ever more homogenized as well. Like, Britain is basically a land without politics, because on most substantive things, the two major parties are interchangeable, and it looks the same in the United States. I don't have the American perspective, though, so can't comment.
You mean like that 1996 Simpsons horror show episode where it's like aliens pose as Bill Clinton and Bob Dole, and when it's revealed, someone says, "What if we vote for a third party and just throw away your vote?" And so they vote for, I don't know which actually won, Kudos or Khan.
Yeah,
That is actually how most people think in our electoral system, I think.
Yeah, well, because it has to do with a lot, because people are so cutthroat with politics, right? Because you have to convince everyone to be on board, and like, in America, the whole thing is that the Libertarian Party, the capital L Libertarian political party, is considered a spoiler, right? And it's one disadvantage the Republicans have, which is that a huge chunk of people who, in theory, would vote Republican go to the Libertarian side. And then there's kind of that situation with the Democrats, but it's just like the Libertarian Party is clearly the strongest of the third parties, right? And then they make the same accusation towards non-voters, as they say, it's totally backwards logic. You have an election where the result is determined by the votes, and then they blame the non-voters if the outcome isn't what they want, because they feel entitled to the vote. And I remind people, it's not the non-voters that spoil it for everyone else. It's the voters who fuck it up for everyone. And this whole like the whole vote or die thing in South Park, it's like it's not even a parody. Like that really is the mindset.
Mm-hmm.
It's another fucking thing Michael Moore did in that rather terrible movie. Like, he said, "Oh, and like you got this many votes, Hillary got this many votes, but most people didn't even vote, so most people don't want you as president." Yeah, the same logic.
My solution to this is brilliant. My solution is we should have negative voting, and then you can't win an election unless you have a total positive number of votes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that'd be great, because I'll negative vote every goddamn time. I'll do it proudly. It'll be so fun. But no,
That'd be awesome.
I think we should just have a dictatorship of like the smartest people we can find.
I mean, I have to say no, but I will concede that is preferable to the status quo.
Awesome.
I can give you that much. I have a friend in the chat mentioned that in Minnesota, the teachers are protesting for more Gibbs. It was a mob of feminists. Teachers are the worst. Since I'm technically a teacher, I get to say that. That was one of the things, like, the head teacher, and I was talking to him, I was, like, telling him how I hate teachers because they're all fucking entitled and lazy, and he's like, wow, like, I'm the same person in real life. That's why I don't have in real life friends around here.
Wow.
Also, we have our good friend Korea Man in the chat, too, complaining about women having to get old. Well, I mean, you're in China, so they're... Even when they get older, they still look young, right? It's the Asian woman thing where they look young and pretty forever. And then they hit like 65 or 70, and they just go into like a little chrysalis and then emerge as like a tiny little old lady.
Pretty much.
I think that's how it works, right?
Cosmetic surgery.
This guy is such an obvious shill for the Communist Party, this guy in the chat. He's just on every stream. And he's never pro-me. He's always anti-me. Logical conclusion, everybody should support me.
Actually, I first encountered him in Pill Eater's Discord, and we had like a really long argument, which he doesn't remember, which is fine.
He hasn't been on in a while, has he? That would be fun.
No, he showed up on a stream I had. I think the second one I saw you pop in there. So I remember. I remember Mr. Problematic too. This is crazy. Everybody was so well behaved on this stream with so few tangents that even though I had like a ludicrous number of articles I felt to go through, like I got through them all.
Is there usually tangents?
Yeah, are you kidding me? These streams, like we're all over the place, which is fine. You know, this is an ANCAP space, so we thrive in the chaos a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know anything else. Has anything else noticed anything interesting? What else do we talk about? We talked about Dolly Parton's vagina. We talked about Eurovision being canceled. We talked about E3 being canceled. We talked about Biden having his senior moment, screaming at people, threatening to fight them. We had a very we talked about statues molesters and dendrophiles, and I still that man why I wonder why Trump pardoned that woman though. It seems quite random. Seems very random. But yeah.
I find it difficult to care about politics anymore. It's all pointless.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same.
There was
I'm
a
little
brief
excited
period
for
where
Vermin
it was
Supreme.
funny.
It looks like Vermin Supreme's going to get the Libertarian nomination, which is kind of cool. Like, that could be kind of a fun thing.
Yeah, we kind of briefly talked about Weinstein a bit.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, basically it's a bunch of hookers with buyer's remorse, and why is he getting 23 years? That's stupid. That's
actually had a hard time finding out what he was actually convicted for, because there might be some testimony in trial that I'm not aware of, but most of the actual stories that I've read is him performing oral sex on women that pretended to be willfully participating in that. So was there anything actually more egregious than that? Like, I just couldn't find it.
Well, because at first, people talked about, oh, he's charged with rape, and then it was, okay, he was convicted of sexual assault, and then the most recent news says, okay, he was convicted of sexual assault and rape. So apparently there may have been some teeth on some of the other accusations, but... And I guess I'm just a little burnt out on it. Like, anytime we have like a adult female victimization, I have a high level of skepticism that might be unfair, but I just feel like the social climate is so far tilted the other way that like we kind of need some strong devil's advocate, you know, on the other side of it.
My inner hooker is like, okay, so I get to get some head, and I get to get like $1 million plus movie role. That sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
Yeah, right. Just like close your eyes, or whatever. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, you can
I'm usually the one that has to do the work. I don't even have to do the work this time. Oh, great.
Yeah. So
they just squandered their shit. That's why they're all pissed.
I mean, the real victims are the American people who are subjected to like subpar acting, right? Like, that should be the angle, is like this was a conspiracy and it was a fraud perpetrated by the both of them, because instead of it being a merit-based selection process, which I think, if you think about like an honest actor or actress who wants to make it on their skill set and doesn't want to fuck around with that, you know, like they're kind of the real victim in this whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm. They got screwed out of a deal.
Yeah, and like an opportunity for their career. And honestly, what's rape compared to that?
But also, like, there was like an intermediary stage after which nepotist young actresses, when they went to a casting that got arranged by their aunt or family, the people who are doing the casting were probably saying, well, she's not really good, but she's not really worse than Rose McGowan.
Yeah, there you go. Right? Yeah, it lowers the bar across the board, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What I'm wondering is, now that they can just cheat Carrie Fisher into Star Wars movies, are we just gonna have like, just like deep fake actors now forever? Because then we can like tweak any little bit of it, right, to make like the perfect acting.
Technically, yes. Practically, they're not there yet. So, but I think she signed a contract that lets them use her image indefinitely, as long as they feel like it won't turn off the audience.
The main
I just
plaintiff in
hope
Weinstein's
Mark
trial
Hamill
was
won't
the
get
wall.
killed.
That's really funny.
He's not wrong.
Well, would it be plaintiff? I guess it would be prosecutor, right? Because it would have to be like a civil thing, and this was criminal? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm hashtag not a lawyer. Everything I know about the law I learned from doing fake mock trial law, which was very fun. But oh, I had a thought, but I lost it.
Oh no.
Oh, I was also going to mention another topic as I went on like a Sandy Hook tangent. Thank you all for indulging me.
Oh. Yeah.
But we haven't yet.
That was another thing on shitty acting, wasn't it?
Yeah, right? I guess that's the theme. Theme is bad acting. Come on, people,
Yeah.
try harder.
I mean,
Was Sandy Hook the one with the shaved head girl who, when questioned, said, "Oh yeah, I bullied him. You would have bullied him too if you knew him."
No.
That
was the Parkland.
What's-
Right, with the Parkland
Parkland.
5.
Which one was Sandy Hook?
Sandy Hook was in 2012. That was the Newtown one with all the little kids and Adam Lanza. Which one thing I didn't mention earlier is there are recently declassified photos of Nancy Lanza's home, and if you look at the photos, it's so obviously staged. It's like so obvious that like they just they'll stick a candle on a table, right, on like a little coffee table. And, like, they'll take a book and, like, they'll put a book somewhere. And it's just, like, obvious that, like, none of these things were actually used. Everything is, like, spotless, right? It's just the whole thing is just, like, this is clearly staged. And, like, Adam Lanza's room, it's got, like literally, like different, like, video games, like, laid out on, like, a table as if to show, right? With, like a random DDR pad over there with, like, no DDR game and shit. Just, like, shit that, like, makes no sense and is clearly, like, oh, see, look, a gamer. Right? And there's, like, awkward placement of things that just, like, you would never place your furniture that way if you seriously lived in this place. Everything was, like, white and pristine. Yeah, should have archived Anna's channel. I know. There was a channel called Anna. She had 1,000 subscribers. I found her because she would post in haiku form on Styx's videos. I think her last video before she got fucking yeeted off YouTube was her, like, making a literal tinfoil hat out of, like, some crazy new material that she insisted was better than tinfoil.
oh.
I miss her. I miss her so much.
Also, I kind of want that video because I would probably figure out how to make a tinfoil hat on my own, but if there's like a standard method, I would prefer to follow the rules of how to prevent the radio waves and all of those things.
What she made was absolutely fucking retarded. It was like some crazy material she ordered off of like Amazon in like a big roll, and she just like wrapped it around her head like a tube, and like that was it. And she was like, I look kind of dumb now, don't I? And I'm like, no, man, you do you, brah. But yeah, that's a threat. I guess that's a big threatening, hateful sort of content that we can't possibly have on YouTube. Meanwhile, League of Legends ads are going to be put on fucking Romelia videos about her wanting to kill herself. You know, that's kosher, but fucking can't have these like weird, like, I don't know, it was like some Teflon. I don't know anything about science, so I have no idea what material it might have been.
Yeah.
I would watch that at work. I used to, when I was at work, I would like watch Anna's like conspiracy videos while I would like program people's stupid like answer call things, and then my coworkers would be like, "What are you watching?" And I'd be like, "It's a cooking show." But yeah, it would be kind of interesting to see like hologram actors and deepfake actors everywhere in movies. Like I'm not totally opposed to that. I guess probably a lot of these actors sign like really really crazy agreements about we can just use your likeness for fuck ever.
Yeah.
But that kind of goes back to the whole phenomenon of like super old pop singers. It's like we're not gonna have new culture because like the like boomers like Madonna aren't gonna stop because like our anti-aging technology is like so creepy good that like people are like, oh yeah, I'll just stick with Madonna.
I'm not about aging either. Like, screw getting old and graceful. That doesn't sound amusing to me.
Yeah, I had a friend who said, old people, they age so gracefully. Their skin is like tree bark. I'm like, okay. Like, you can, that can be your jam. But,
Honey, you do that.
yeah, you do you. Yeah.
I'm gonna be nip tucked and sucked, honey.
Yeah, I'm gonna be fucking Elizabeth Bathory fucking 2.0.
I have my plastic surgeon, which is like only 2 hours away, so I'm good.
Oh shit, Derek,
Yeah?
what did you do?
What did I do?
I only just actually read the on-stream title. QuarantStream?
QuarantStream.
There's no A. There's only one A in Current. Quarant.
Oh no! I fucked it up. The whole thing's canceled.
We gotta do this one again.
Oh, I fucked it all up. Oh, how embarrassing! How embarrassing. I can fix it. I can fix it. Because this is important, okay? This is important shit. I'll use the one I had for number. Oh no, I can't do that because the number will be wrong. Well, QuarantStream. Whatever, it was a shitty pun anyway.
We can talk about the Quran for a little bit, so you can pretend like you can just cut this part out and pretend like it's intentional.
Let's invite Claire on. Let's get Claire on here. That'll be fun. No, she
I can send you
refuses
the
to
link
talk
if
to me.
you want. I don't know if you're joking or not.
Oh, I mean, it would be super entertaining. I wouldn't have an issue. Oh, Terrence says cult. The Church of Euthanasia. That was my favorite of the ones that I had. Very unprofessional stream. How embarrassing. I know. Someone call Nick Rakita to properly shame me. Yeah, we had a little hiccup there, but looks like we're good. And this is why I do the 240p streaming potato quality, where any articles I have in here are not readable because, I'd rather have people not be able to read if it means less hiccups in the stream.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Just take a breather, man. Like, it's 240p. I know you like PP, but
Isn't it 2Ps?
Jesus.
I thought there were 2.
PP's awesome.
Did I just
Stand for
make that up?
progressive. Oh, can we make the future streams interlaced so it's not progressive anymore?
I thought it was 2Ps. I thought is there only one?
Yeah, it's progressive encoding, but that's nerd's knowledge.
Well, this is like some Mandela effect shit. I swear to God, I'm gonna go check it now. It's gonna be 1P, but I'm from the universe where there were 2Ps. Because false memory is not a good explanation. I refuse to believe in it.
It must be Mandela effect, man. Like, everything else is boring and stupid.
Occam's razor says it's Mandela effect. The only rational explanation is multiple converging universes.
It's just weird because I've never had that Mandela effect myself. So am I just in the prime universe that's going to be the one that's going to be used forever?
Actually,
and all you guys just join me in my universe?
Well, that's very very prejudiced of you to assume that your timeline is the superior one. I think you're maybe you're from like the secondary one. You're from like the Barnstein Bears universe.
Maybe I was born in the merge universe. Like everything I do just happens after you guys merge into it.
Well, we'll
Again,
never know.
the stuff that gets left over after the rest is moved to the trash bin. Maybe that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it looks like we are getting a lot of buffering issues, which is too bad. Too bad. I guess I can try and fudge with the settings for next time and see if I can make it. I feel that the only option is I can only make it shittier. The shittier I make it, the better chances we have, right? Maybe if I lose my like weird background, maybe that'll help a little. Even though I worked really hard on it.
What's the bitrate setting? That should be more important than the resolution.
Seems to be better now from what I'm seeing.
I made the resolution smaller, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I could also try my new laptop instead, which might have a better connection, because I think this old laptop has issues maintaining like a Wi-Fi connection consistently, but it might be my internet being throttled. But like I don't want to call a bunch of Chinese people and like try to accuse them of something that I'm not sure that they did, and then like fuck anything up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you really gotta lower the actual bitrate in OBS as well, because at 240 it should be like 300 kilobytes per second or less.
I
You have to set that manually.
Yeah, Claire doesn't know what a space elevator is. Oh, that's too bad. She'd be I mean, she's the secular Quran person, right? So she'd be just breathing heavily at the idea of a space elevator, just waiting to fucking blow it up. She'd have dreams about it. But no, she wouldn't come on even if we did invite her, because she doesn't want to be associated with me because she thinks it's bad optics.
Oh.
Which is ridiculous, because being on a stream
That's
with me,
ironic.
yeah, it's not bad optic. It's no optics. You know, I got 8 viewers, right? Like,
She had a guy on the stream calling for the rape of Anglo-Saxon women for quite some time, and recently had someone on her show calling for my death.
Oh, wow.
That's kind of ridiculous.
That's ugly and weird.
Well, it's just ironic because it's pretty hilarious because Claire's like claims to be able to beat everybody in a debate, but you just destroyed her, honestly.
I don't understand why all of these autistic retards in the alt-right, they won't listen to me, and I explain to them again and again that they're just a bunch of retarded, just neckbearded faggots playing the video games and doing things that will never amount to anything of substance. And I come here with the answers, and they will not take me seriously, and I just don't know why. I cannot make heads or tails of it.
Oh wow, this person sounds fun.
She's super fun.
If she did say that, I would say she kind of won.
That's a good key right there, honey.
Yeah. So Jen, do you think is there a conceivable way that something similar to a Mandela effect could be possible?
No.
No.
What it is that people's memories are just not that good. So people remember things like the Bernstein Bears thing. You can explain that with the fact that it's like an unorthodox spelling and people recognizing it as something different. All these things are just a proof that people remember things in a sort of compressed manner.
Yeah, and I guess that's the.
Sorry, I know I'm kind of a buzzkill because I'm not. I'm like, yeah. Anyway, you guys want to hear 1 minute of Claire for those of you who haven't met her?
Yeah, that would be
yeah.
nice.
If you got a clip ready,
Here you go.
I guess I should probably mute, right?
I think you'd like to hear me talk to you like I don't know, a frightened kitten, a little puppy.
Church of Entropy must be punished. She is an idolater. Wallah, samanaka, walhumma, bahib ayimtka, bahabaraka, smuka, bahtallah, yatuka, wallah, wallahi, karuka.
What would you like? How would you like to punish her, Omar? Beheading?
Death by stoning.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. She's pretty rough, but she's promoting secular Islam, and yeah, I would just try to oppose that for what I hope are obvious reasons.
It sounds like a script for like a villain on a video game. It's the kind of vibes it was giving me.
I love the way she said beheading so cheerfully. She's like, beheading? Like,
How
I feel
would you
like
like to punish her?
I feel like it's a script from the Dark Brotherhood on like that I would hear on Skyrim or something like that.
I agree with you. She's a perfect villain, like evil.
She's giving me those kind of teas.
yeah, when people in real life ask me, like, what kind of stuff on YouTube do you like? She's one of the people that I like to explain to people just to give them, like, a vibe for, like, this is the kind of stuff people discuss in some of these circles. And then they're like, that's insane and unrelatable. We have literally nothing to talk about. And I'm like, okay, bye. Like, sorry. I'm like, oh, I mean, how about sports? Like...
Hey, let's talk about the sports.
What sports ball do you like? What sports ball?
Jesus fucking Christ! Where did this whole secular Islam thing come from? Like,
It's actually not original to her, surprisingly. Right? She got it from some Canadian dude, I think.
Well, I mean, Islam historically has been implemented gradually. So if you want to call that secular Islam, because theocratic Islam is only when all the rules are being followed. I mean, you could say that all the governments that are Islamic are secular Islamic, but I guess it's a semantic thing. I don't know that anyone else has presented her whole pitch is like, use the laws because they're divine, but don't worry about the stories because they're not relevant.
like, can you? Is there an example from other religions where you just say secular means I personally pick and choose which rules to follow and which standards to apply?
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's kind of how, like, I see a lot of religion, where, like, whenever you start to give reasoning for why you should follow whatever rule it is in your religious text, then it's like, okay, why even look to, like, the divine authority? Like, if you can give a logical reason, then just stick with laws that you can give good reasons for, you know?
Well, they can't do that. That's why they have to shill these idiot religions so that people are sort of emotionally manipulated into going along with laws that aren't logical. But yeah, I mean, I guess you could argue what I'm doing is a form of secular legal systems based on science, and I'm a religious person myself, but I don't really think there should be any leaps of faith as regards to laws. I think laws should be pretty clear.
I think I need to have to look up the definition of religion. Like, I know there's the distinction made in English between organized religion and religion, but I never really know what the means.
There's a bit of an issue there because some Hindus, people who practice Sanatana Dharma, they claim it's not.
Do you guys watch Alternative Hypothesis videos? Ryan Fox videos?
Sometimes, but he's pretty blue-pilled on India, so I don't really like him very much.
Oh yeah, he made that was about a year ago. He made that India video. Actually, I'd be interested to see what your, like, major points of departure are with that. But the reason I mentioned him was because I think it was, like, maybe 4 or 5 days ago, he did a video on explicit versus implicit knowledge. And, like, the overall gist of it that I took away is that, like, a computer or a robot has explicit knowledge, right? and like knowledge that you can like clearly explain the reasoning for, and where you can like very clearly isolate all of the axioms and conclusions and do very logically. That's like explicit knowledge, right? That you can justify. But then there's implicit knowledge, which is like essentially that certain practices that were advantageous, prevailed over time, despite people not really knowing this. That's probably why it's Susan's fault.
Right, like if you try to imagine way back in the day, in the distant past, derived from humans. So there's like, you just think of humans as a compressor. So that the knowledge is going to be somewhat compressed. So whatever information we garner from knowledge may not actually tell us everything. It's basically it's reasoning behind instincts.
Yeah, and I think it's very related to that. So it was pretty interesting. One part of it that I kind of took a little bit of an issue with is this idea that that like it's wrong to prefer the explicit knowledge, because to me it seems that if you analyze the implicit knowledge enough, you're able to kind of distill the explicit reasoning behind it, and that like all things being equal, we do prefer the explicit to the implicit. And it's like, even though we kind of have like a sort of proto knowledge through implicit instincts, and like those shouldn't be discounted. Like ideally we want everything explicit, right? Because then we can use it. Then we can program our robots with it.
You're totally right. Arguments to the contrary are just people trying to justify their crappy quality beliefs and trying to equate their subjective understandings of religion to objective knowledge.
Yeah.
There's essentially no argument against your position right now.
Let's see. Well, Black Knight Fool, he says, implicit knowledge is like subconscious reaction or being able to ride a bike but not tell you exactly everything you're doing. Yeah, I think that's a clear example, or I think that maybe would count as an example. Also, good to see Black Knight Fool in here. I every time he shows up, I twist his arm into coming on for another lesbian question stream, but he doesn't want to. Which I guess I should respect that.
He didn't even appear on the first one, did he?
No. No, despite me being obnoxious and bullying him, for some reason that was not persuasive enough. But maybe someday. It's an open door. It's an open door, buddy. But regardless, you're welcome to hang out in the chat too. I love it when I see familiar faces in live streams that I watch. One person who I haven't seen in a long time is Miles Kinslow. I think he gave me his email address. I should reach out to him because he was super cool. But why did I mention the implicit versus explicit knowledge? Oh yeah, because if you have a theocracy, it's like you're kind of you're giving implicit knowledge like a chance to have its wisdom like be useful,
My argument against people who try to push these fake theocracies is that if your implicit knowledge is so good, demonstrate it explicitly, then we'll talk.
Yeah, well, and ideally, but I suppose it could be the case that we're just in a state that the evidence isn't quite available, right?
I believe it is. I attempted to do just that, make an argument for theocracy using science.
And another interesting thing too is I noticed like people wouldn't consider like the U.S. to be a theocracy, but actually it was Joshua Moon, the Kiwi Farms guy. He was mentioning that I think it was he the one who said this, that like you actually can look at any constitution-based government as a theocracy, which I have to agree with, because I do maintain that statism or non-anarcho-capitalism is essentially a religious position.
Yeah, that's basically my position. But it's pretty easy to argue how all governments are de facto theocracies because religion informs morality and morality informs laws. So there's a very clear link there.
Right. Yeah, so I guess in that sense, maybe I should stop using the term like theocracy, right? If I maintain that virtually all governments are theocracies by definition. I guess I never really thought to extend that, but okay, so it was probably I don't know if so what was I know the video is very old, but do you remember anything specifically that like irked you about his take on India?
Well, he bothers me for the same reason a lot of these white nationals bother me, because they're basically taking a position that doesn't make sense. They're saying Europeans built the West, which isn't really the complete answer. And they're saying that the occupation of India was good for India, which is also clearly false, because India's GDP went down by quite a bit post-colonialism, right? So I don't think that's a tenable position. It's basically this position of like we was kings for Europeans, and that's not really how the expansion of the British Empire happened at all.
Did the GDP go down? I thought they did have a lot of like economic growth following
There was like
colonialism.
no
didn't they?
benefit. There was no benefit to India from that, from the 100-year Raj. It was a net loss for sure. And there's a lot of apologetics, but ultimately, like, their position doesn't make sense, because their position is basically Jews controlling the government is bad, but when Jews control the government and use it to invade India, it's somehow good. It's a non-tenable position. Their own position is actually self-contradictory.
But how do you even compare GDP back in that history? Like, did they export less after it or during it? So what's the standards for GDP in that time period?
Just think of it as like a proportion of the global market. Like India had a much larger portion of the global market through trade. Then there was the occupation, and then it sort of went down and down. It was just basically a way to siphon money out of the country into the British Empire.
But it's still comparatively to other countries which must have developed in the time being.
Yeah, like relative to the total world market, India had a much larger share pre-colonialism.
But couldn't that also be in part be based on the development of other regions of the world that must have taken place?
Yeah, sure, but you got to understand that them occupying India drained it of a lot of resources that then allowed them to do colonialism elsewhere, right?
Yeah, that's undeniable. It's just like if we were going to use a number like GDP, and there's so many other factors.
You're right. I was just
not impossible to make a value judgment about that per se.
I'm not saying that's the only argument. I was just giving it as one example. Like, I don't know why Europeans think the occupation of India was good for India. Like that. Look at India today. It's a position that doesn't really make sense, frankly. And especially for these white nationalists, it makes no sense to be taking that position, because they're supposedly anti-immigration, right? Like, so that's more what it is. It's a consistency of position. Like, the imperialism's good until it blows back on us, then it's bad. Well, it's like you can't really have it both ways. It's either good or bad.
Yeah,
indeed.
exactly.
I guess a big part of the difference is that if you're doing like an imperialist sort of thing, like you're sort of like in a way or having all these other groups of people in your so-called empire, but you're doing it while simultaneously expanding your land. Whereas like the immigration that's happening now would be like it's the same shared land but with more people in it.
Well, it's also like sometimes it gets kind of weird when they are constructing arguments why about the responsibility of like Switzerland in those historic events. Like they actually figured out that Switzerland is to blame for slavery, even though they had no hand in it because they bought cotton. Because buying cotton equals slavery because it was slave made somewhere. I'm not even certain that the people who were buying it here locally cared or knew about the actual way it was produced. So that's a bit of a stretch.
Well, wait a minute, because if you don't buy into that argument, then I guess you must agree with Vaush. right?
What's their argument?
His infamous argument where he said, well, since I own a laptop and laptops are made of materials that are taken from exploited people, I can't condemn like child porn or whatever. That was like literally the argument.
That's a very odd argument. No, I'm just being
Yeah, I think
quite
that was
flabbergasted
probably
by the notion that someone who owns a small business in a mountain town that makes like this very precise little thing out of cotton, that those businesses existed, that the whole country somehow supported slavery, even though they had no hand in it. It's kind of a weird, very specific, like, you look for all the things that were produced in those years, and this was made from cotton, therefore slavery.
Black Knight Fools, I guess, is offering a counter argument here that they might have learned technological advances that over time will amount to more positive of a change in the long run. I mean,
Is this an argument pro occupation of India? Yeah, no. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous position. And people don't know anything about Indian history.
it is kind of a like I guess once we open the door to that, then part of the issue is the only way to really know for sure would be to have an alternate reality where it didn't occur, so you could make the comparison, because you need it like moving through time, all things held consistent, because we really kind of don't know in a way.
I can give you a pretty reasonable model, but yeah, it's not going to give you all the answers because you literally have to be there. And to speculate what it would be like, blah, 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 again, it's unknowable.
Right. Yeah. No, I guess we covered everything except I guess we didn't find any art. We usually have an article that mocks the concept of like everybody says, oh, women have more emotional intelligence. So then I find some article of like a woman doing something ridiculous, and then we say, ta-da! But I did see some about like women murdering their children, but it's like, yeah.
Yeah, the majority of child murderers are women, so nice little red pill of the day.
I literally bragged about failing an emotional intelligence quiz at the beginning of the stream. Did you guys know this? I took a shitty online test that says I'm autistic. I did it. I finally did it.
I missed that. I mean, you guess you wasted that Phillips woman on the last one, right?
Sorry, which one?
What's her name? Busy Phillips or
yeah,
something?
Busy Phillips. Yeah. Yeah, Jen, did you see that? That clip was making the rounds for a while.
I don't think so.
That was the actress Busy Phillips was at like on a pro-abortion rally screaming about how, you know, she owes her entire life to the fact that she had an abortion.
At 15.
I doubt that.
Yeah.
I mean, she could have given up the child for adoption, so maybe she still would have had a career. I don't know.
I guess this is kind of like India, right? We would need to have, we need to be there, and in two different realities to compare properly, right? Oh, you know what I did find? This is actually quite funny, and this is new. It's about Prince Harry being prank called by people pretending to be Greta Thunberg.
I hope it's real. I hope it's real.
Well, let's see. The website is The Sun. The Sun is supposed to be serious news, right? This is not a satire site. It says, Duke duped. Prince Harry pranked by phone call hoaxers posing as Greta Thunberg into revealing his agony over Megxit. So I guess Megxit is Meghan Merkel dragging him over to what? Are they in America or Canada? Whatever
I think
they are.
Canada. I'm not following it too closely.
Yeah, he spoke openly of his agony over Megxit in a call from hoaxers posing as activist Greta Thunberg. He also claimed that President Donald Trump had blood on his hands in the chat with Russian pranksters. Oh, it was the Russians! Shit, are the Russians like the new Australians? Like, What's the epic shit posting? Let's see. The Duke of Sussex was duped into saying he was completely separate from most of the royal family in calls recorded by the pranksters, and he joked, "I can assure you, marrying a prince or princess is not all it's made up to be." Two notorious Russian jokers fooled him into believing he was talking to 17-year-old climate activist Greta Thunberg and her dad. Vladimir Kutstinov and Alexei Stolyarov, aka Vovin and Lexus. Thank you for the easy names. Vovin and Lexus. Twice spoke to Harry on the landline at his luxury bolt. What's a bolt hole? What's a bolt hole?
Sounds kind of gay.
That sounds like a butthole.
Butthole.
They spoke that he was in his butthole, which is where they called him. Yeah, is that how you impersonate Greta Thunberg? Is as soon as they doubt you, you just play back the clip of "How dare you?" and then they go, "Oh, that is you. That sounds exactly like you." What's a bolt
Maybe they
hole?
used like an audio board, like, I should be back in school. Yes, Greta, you should.
Let's see. A bolt hole. In coal mining, a short, narrow opening made to connect the main workings with the airhead or a ventilating drift. This sounds like a butthole so far. A means of escape sounds like a butthole. A place of escape or secret refuge. I mean,
Oh my!
Oh my.
Butthole. Still a butthole.
it's a butthole. All right, so
Butthole.
he's crawled into his own butthole to escape his horrible wife, and he's being deceived by Greta Thunberg. There's a ray of light. He goes, "Oh, maybe Greta Thunberg understands." I guess the conversations were back on New Year's Eve, and then again on January 22nd. Oh my god. One of the calls was recorded and published on YouTube and Facebook on Monday night by the hoaxers with an animated cartoon of Harry and Greta. Oh, there's a cartoon. Where's the cartoon? Where's the link? Is this it? Okay, wait. Oh, but... Okay, this is me. I have to unmute this. This is very short. This is only like a minute long. I guess I can screen share on the Hangouts. That's probably the easiest way to do this. Usually how I do it is I just play it on the stream and I force everyone to mute. But I think doing a share screen is probably going to be easier. Yeah, just
Also,
share
we're
the
gonna
whole
hear it
screen.
better.
Share the whole screen. Even though I got the Hangouts link in there, so if someone wants to come and stream, like they take over my stream and fuck it up, then I guess that's... I've opened the door to it.
Yeah.
Okay,
We can
so
get
I'm
the
sharing,
fucking
and then I have
retards.
to present. Okay, now I'm presenting. Alright, I got it. Okay.
Ooh.
But then I have to fix it in OBS too, because it's so small. I'm gonna keep my stupid shit over it, because, you know, whatever.
Mhm.
The mere fact that Donald Trump is pushing the coal industry so big in America, he has blood on his hands, because the effect that has on the climate and on the island nations far, far away, again, out of sight, out of mind. I'm confident that within the next 5 to 10 years things will change, but we can't wait 5 or 10 years. So I think, you know, if Donald Trump can become the president of the United States of America, then anything's possible, right? It's not an easy time, and the world is in a troubled place. And well, unfortunately, the world is being led by some very sick people. Stop any change from happening, whether it's because of their own bias, whether it's because of the fact that it's going to change the way that they are able to behave themselves, or just because, as I said earlier, because they may be sick.
What was that?
That was pretty good. That was the recording of the phone call, and they put like an animation to it. So
I was hoping they would include the impersonators' voices. They will, like, how believable was that impersonation and stuff like that.
Wasn't a presentation.
yeah. I am sad that we missed out on that bit of it, but I guess it was convincing enough to fool somebody who thinks that the world's gonna end in 5 to 10 years.
Every fucking Christian in 2012. Like,
Really?
my
Was
parents
that a
fucking...
thing? Was that a 2012 thing? Oh, because of
Yeah,
the Mayan calendar.
Yeah, and like my mother thought it was the world was gonna fucking end. And I was just like, no, it isn't. You fucking dumb bitch. Shut up.
I think it was like December 23rd, 2012. I think was supposed to be the date. Oh, it looks like we lost
Sayomi?
Ms. Ariel Allure and Ashley. We lost them both.
But
People,
how
I know people tend to just
did,
kind of like silently dip out of the stream, which.
Yeah, I tried to say that I was leaving though.
Well, yeah,
Like,
you gave us a heads
you
up
did.
preemptively.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
But how did the Mayan calendar become relevant to Christianity?
Because American Christians are fucking retards. And
I
basically,
always
they
have
they'll
to-
point out, like, explain, oh yeah, the end times are coming soon, whatever. And I guess because it was that year, they thought, oh, this is the year. This is the year when Jesus comes to the fucking planet or whatever, and has like an anime battle with Satan.
I'm gonna give
so
Jay
weird.
Dyer a pass on that judgment, and not just
Come
because
again?
he's handsome, but with full transparency, that's obviously an emotional factor.
It's still so very weird to me. Like when somebody says Christian, I think of European Christians, which are
Yeah,
also
American
fucking
Christians
weird.
aren't Christians. They're like retarded fucking. I don't know. Like
Like-
the
That's
about me.
That's how Christians have always been. Have you ever heard of anything about astrotheology?
No.
It's basically this idea that the Bible is and documents like it are metaphors for stellar progression. I don't know if you've ever seen.
That's
Like,
even worse than using the number of letters in certain passages to like make a number code out of the Bible. Then they use the
No, I'd say
Latin translation.
numerology's worse. Numerology's worse.
Right, but doesn't it say in the Bible like that no man will ever like know like when like the world is gonna end or something like that? I forget. First
But what
it
does
was.
no even mean, man?
I don't know.
It's like if they actually wanted to apply numerology to the Bible, they can't use the Vulgata. They can't just use a translation of a translation and say, "Oh, look how these numbers line up." Like, are you serious?
Yeah. American Christians aren't real Christians. You don't even pay attention to the New Testament usually. So
I personally find the biggest distinction that most American Christians mutilated their children in the last 50 years, according to
because they
like,
didn't listen to the New Testament where Jesus literally says, "Hey, don't fucking cut your kid's genitals or I'm gonna yeet your ass with lightning," basically. So.
And just to bring that full circle, that was the thing that I argued with Claire about that caused her to decide she hates me. Although when I accused her of being scared of me, she called me bedpan, and that was pretty funny. I'll give her that. That was a funny little zinger.
That's true. It's silly but fair and slightly creative. Like there's some creative intelligence in there. I have to give her that.
Yeah, give credit where it's due. Hey, Josh Trevarthan. He's the one who left the very nice comment on the last video. Let's see. The rapture already happened at the beginning of the year 2000. We're the sinners left behind, and Satan has blocked our memories of the event. Well, that's actually a funny concept. I know you're kind of joking, but like, it would be really funny if the rapture happened, but just like Jesus shows up and he's like, "I can't take any of you fuckers."
Yeah.
Although I know a lot of
I was
Christians
born in
argue-
1997. I would still be an innocent little 3-year-old. So.
No, but born into sin. Gotta have that baptism.
That's true. That's true, yeah.
That's right.
I was actually baptized as Catholic, apparently, so. I should be okay.
I think I actually may have been baptized in a Catholic church.
Yeah.
Like my mom doesn't care that much like about the denomination. I think she just likes to go somewhere where she can see, her family and we can all eat donuts and stuff, which is fine,
It is another reason why I have to reject numerology personally, because if the date of Hitler's death is correct, I was born exactly 42 years after that, so I'm a very tall, blonde, blue-eyed man, which I guess he would have liked to have been. Also, unlike him, I have some artistic talent, so it would be scary if numerology was at all true.
It's
I
not.
don't want to be Hitler. I don't want to be Hitler. Just let me not be Hitler.
You're not Hitler. Don't worry.
You're not Hitler. We assure you. We'll affirm that. We're
There's
very
no way
affirming
Hitler
students
there's
here.
no way Hitler would have had the skills required to time a reincarnation like that. Like, I timed my reincarnation to be exactly 100 years after I died, but I'm me. Hitler, no way would have had access to that knowledge.
That is very reassuring. Thank you.
So, if you don't have much control over your reincarnation, then do you ascend? Well, because here's the thing with reincarnation: is it like pieces of you could be disparate, right? So it's not even
really,
necessarily
no.
your one essence. Like so people like to say, "Oh, you'll be reincarnated as a worm." Right? And then you have to work your way back up by being a really good worm so you can be a cow eventually. Like, I'm pretty sure, like part
That's
of...
totally wrong.
Yeah, like, because part of the idea with like your approach to it is that like different aspects of your personality could actually like be separate or incarnated in different ways.
No, I think it's just one thing.
Okay, it is just one thing. So it is like,
Yeah.
so you do retain the identity. Because I guess that's the quantum part of it, right? Like that's the inseparable part.
Yeah, the quantum is the personality, because there's no way to like meaningfully subdivide a personality. And in terms of when someone would reincarnate, it's a question of like, when are you hungry enough to eat? It's whenever there's a life circumstance that's similar enough to your own karma, i.e. your past, like what your past lives were like. That's why people share traits in common with their parents, but they're not identical to their parents. They have their own essence because they localize to their parents because their parents had qualities that were the most similar to their own.
Well,
Not
is it
identical.
fair to say then that but for reincarnation, people would be essentially like identical to like the sum of their parents?
I do think that's
Also-
what the argument is. However, some biologists, because I've confronted biologists with this fact before, it's like, well, why are siblings different, right? You can't explain that. And they're like, well, there's a random reassociation. I'm like, okay, so another leap of faith. Basically, you're saying you don't know.
Also, to the chat, Su Yuan Zhang, or however I say that, we talked about is Pakistani Aryan somewhat like 3 streams ago or something. So
Well, we didn't talk about the Pakistanis in particular.
yeah, it's our
Aryan's not
Iranians.
Yeah, because I know Jen's take on this is going to be, the Arya.
Yeah,
are,
sorry,
a sect of
I made a
Hindu,
mistake.
Like aristocrats, right,
It's
or high
okay.
priests.
Aryan is not a race. That's the important thing. So that idea is false. But what else is true is that the word Arya came from one race, but not all members of that race would have been considered Arya. So are Pakistanis Aryas? No, unless they are practicing the eternal religion, which mainly I doubt many of them are.
Also, Fleegan, his name is pronounced Zhu Yuanjiang, which is Chinese for pig money paper.
Pick money paper.
No, I mean those are actually just like really, really extremely loose homonyms based on me not knowing Chinese. But if I have the pinyin, I can at least make a good white person's attempt at pronouncing things. Zhu
So we can-
Yanjiang, something like
We
that.
could call him Dollar then.
I like pig dollar paper. I think that's
True.
catchy. That's like a rapper name. Or like people, they're like, how come you pronounce Kathy Jew's name Jew? And it's like, because that's how you say it. ZH is like a judge sound.
Yeah. Though it has its comedic applications.
The Pakistanis in the UK are Aryan Ubermensch.
Is this the communist shill? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it says Korea man.
Yeah, Korean man. Yeah. Oh, this
I tend
guy's
to
just
use
a
the term
disinformation
revenge.
shill.
I mean, yeah, I understand that, there's probably a history, right? My thing is, I kind of take shit for this a lot because I guess I'm more pro-China than the average person, even though I'm ANCAP, which is a little weird. Like, I just, when it comes to China, I just think everybody wants to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And, I guess I'm a little conflicted. I have trouble, because I'm not really, and obviously I'm not pro-communist, but I'm kind of skeptical that China's as communist as people say it is, right? It's all very
Yeah,
To be
so,
honest, This is just
More
Derek's way of trying to get more Chinese boys into his bed.
Trying to get that ching chong ding dong. Actually, I've been
Yeah.
wondering about
Ching
this. I've been
chong
like,
ding dong, that's beautiful, man. That
I'm
is
sitting-
very beautiful.
well, I'm sitting here like, should I try to date and should I try to find my love in the time of Corona? And I'm kind of sitting
Probably
here.
not.
Well, what I concluded is maybe if you're very, very confident that there's something fruitful for like one date and potential relationship, like you can't slut around during this time period, right? But like if
Right.
you're gonna do like a friends with benefits kind of casual thing, like you'll want it to be like, okay, but let's be exclusive at least until, you know, whatever, right? To minimize the chances, because if you hook up with one person, you're essentially doubling all your chances of getting sick. I don't know.
Makes sense.
To be fair, China currently seems much more totalitarian than communist.
I don't want to clean my room or like shower regularly though. I'm kind of digging this neat life where I'm just like a disgusting person. I'm like the anti Jordan Peterson because I have no drugs and a dirty room and I don't shower.
And you're probably naked right now.
Actually, I'm not
do you
naked
at
right
least
now.
wash your penis?
I'm actually not naked right now. Oh, so you mentioned penises. That's a reminder.
Yeah.
Every stream, I remind everybody: stretch your penis. Stretch your penis.
Should you also clean it though?
Well, I mean, sure. You know, clean, just like clean anything. I never felt that penises need a special consideration when it comes to cleaning. It's just like anything else, you know.
True.
Honestly, it's the ball sack that's got more of the folds to trap things that really needs more attention. I think.
No, I think it's more so the taint. Honestly, let's
Gotta
be
get
real
the
here.
taint. Yeah, that's right.
That's where the ball sack gets the bad taste from, so...
Yep.
You know.
Follow the
Clean your
trail.
taint.
Clean the valley. Penis.
I love how Jen's probably just like thinking we're such like fucking weirdos, just talking about it.
Yeah, I know.
It's-
So it's like a humorous thing, right? To be like, everybody stretch your penis, but it's funny, but it's also serious. It's a form of intactivism I engage in because, okay, so it's particularly relevant to men who are cut, right? That you should stretch your penis because you can regain a more natural looking, healthy penis by stretching it.
Penis.
Right? But if you're intact, you can go for that wizard sleeve foreskin. Right? And that's alpha as fuck. That's alpha as fuck. You know, do you want a 1-car garage for docking or a 2-car garage? Or do you want a fucking...
I just go offline. That's actually I actually got scared there for a second.
No, this is properly offline, I think.
No, I still see it. It's still live.
Is it?
It's-
Oh,
now
we're
it's-
back.
it's-
We're back. Man, whew, that timing scared me.
It just buffered for a bit. I was like, there's a delay here.
Oh,
It's
Also,
just
Naomi's back.
Yeah.
Holy shit, no.
No, I was gonna
yeah.
say Xiaomi came back. Then Susan was like, you know what? Anyway, but no, the reason I say that is because it's an important thing, and like, you know, people they bash on armchair activism, but if you're an intactivist, that's literally a form of armchair activism that you can engage in. That will prevent and stuff, disliking videos, bullying people on Facebook, you know, shit posting on your main. You can literally prevent babies from being raped with knives just by doing that. In terms of like,
Yeah, we just it's like a fraud doctor, the fucking urologist, right?
yeah, but here's the thing though. Somebody mentioned to me, and this is a guy, he's with Bloodstained Men and like does proper like IRL activism. He was like, when you do this, you're actually boosting them in the algorithm because that counts as boosting it. You're actually still boosting advertisement for intactivism because once a person starts to question it and starts to think about it, then you've won. That's all you need, right? So
We need to talk to the Gap people that recently.
yeah, I guess
I still think the being disliked is more effective than you know, getting an extra view. I mean, like, no one really cares about that.
Because, like, my favorite thing is when somebody will, like, post something, right, innocently, and then the antagonists will all, like, swarm it and just fucking raid the stream, and then the people are sitting here like, holy shit, I have 300 fucking Facebook notifications from a bunch of strangers who are, like, telling me I'm a rapist and, like, condemning me and spamming me with links, and I'm like, yes, we win.
But this reminds me of a couple of months ago. Actually, I kind of lost it in my mind. I had the idea of having like a intactivist council because there's some very persuasive people who are willing to spend a lot of time talking to pregnant women to not circumcise their sons. So we would have like a counter of them, like with a link to them confirming that they didn't do it on Facebook or whatever, to just show like just some effort in a conversation can lead to a unmutilated life for a living being that should have every right to have bodily autonomy, you know?
Yeah. Like, if you can convince them enough to, like, at least think, okay, I'm going to let them decide when they're fucking an adult, then you win. Like, that's all you need to do, you know? Like, you need to just give them enough, like, to doubt it, you know, to, like a healthy amount of, like, skepticism. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, if you, like, show them, like, okay, well, this American doctor's saying one thing, but this European doctor's saying, no, this guy's a fucking retard, don't listen to him, then, yeah, it's going to cause skepticism. So, yeah.
Indeed. Though you probably heard me sometime in the past saying that in Turkey they're basically pushing for the opposite, where they circumcise at around start of puberty to push it to baby age. So apparently a lot of Turkish men remember actually having a foreskin and wish it wasn't taken from them, so they don't want to have it done to their sons. So the reaction is, oh, if we do it like the Jews, they will not remember what it was like, so it's easier to tell them that they lost nothing.
Yeah. You know, maybe Greece should just keep them out and, you know, let them stew for a few more years about what the fuck they think they're doing to their children, I guess.
Jesus fucking Christ, the ones who want to push into Europe, they're not stewing. They have... They arrive in Turkey, they have a right to work there. And you can tell by looking at the people who actually showed up at the border, they're not suffering. Like, they're taking care of their... There's a lot of help organizations, and the ones who are willing to work can actually work in Turkey. So I don't really see the humanitarian crisis there. Like, these people are not fleeing war or dying, they're fleeing Turkey because Erdogan told them, hey, you can go to Germany, Sweden, and England now.
Yeah, that's
just
the
like
irony
improve your
of
own
it.
fucking country, though. Like,
Well,
like, there's
I
no,
mean,
like, I don't know.
Here's the thing. So I've heard that argument, right? Is, oh, they should be fighting for their own independence in their own country. I do kind of see that though as like kind of throwing the men under the bus, right? Like they're in, like I'm sympathetic to the idea that it's like I want a better life for myself, therefore I'm gonna fuck off and do whatever I want. The problem though is that when your plan is to just like go to the countries that give you the most gibs for not assimilating and like, you know, just taking free government money, then it's kind of a bullshit point. But like, assuming you're gonna go there and like, yeah, I'm gonna, you know, I have my skill, I'm gonna do my thing and like live an honest life there and not be a government tit sucker, then that's all well and good. And I don't hold such a person, you know, to a standard of like you should have to fucking fight the revolution in your own country, you know.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point.
But the other point I was going to make is that, yeah, like, absolutely, people who are, like, a middle class, the middle class in these countries are just using... They're basically using the actual poor, actual, like not well-off people as, like, a bridge to get over, right? It's the ones with smartphones who are able to, like, pay to get taken across the Mediterranean. And it's the ones who are actually destitute are like literally fucked and don't have the means, and the middle class are just like using them as their excuse to, you know, satiate the fucking white savior complex of a bunch of Europeans. Not that Americans are any better, but still.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I guess it depends on the person.
They could have gotten Turkish citizenship in less than 4 years. It takes about. If they want the full citizenship in Turkey, it takes 5 years, but there's exceptions. So they could have just applied and looked for a job in Europe and gone there legally from Turkey, actually. The ones with skills, I mean. And some of them might have had to wait another year, but that would be very much more easy than to live there illegally, being exploited by groups that let them live in like a room with 14 other people's. I still think they don't know what it's like for the illegals that are not going through the process in Europe, because it's really shitty. If you're under the yoke of some actual trafficker, you're not gonna have the good life that you envision for yourself. You should never ever try to go somewhere illegally if the person who allows you to or helps you to do it is a trafficker, because they will just exploit the living shit out of you.
Yeah, if step 1 is make sure you destroy your passport and all your relevant documents, we'll call that a red flag, to say the least. Paulo has a funny comment here. Turkey ordering migrants to invade Greece. I've seen this once before. Yeah, Turkey hasn't fucked Greece this hard since Eurovision 2003.
Oh no.
That was when I was actually at Burning Man. I met a Turkish girl there. We were I went to my favorite sculpture, which is in the middle of the fucking desert. They have like a massive desert area that's just like literally just you like see some weird shape off on the fucking horizon, and then you bike over to it, and it'll be some crazy like sculpture or some weird thing. Like I saw one that was like it was like a disco ball that was massive, shaped like a cat's head, and it had like a carpet leading up to the cat's open mouth with a bunch of little cat buttons in it. And you were supposed to like make a wish and like count to 10 and then walk up and take it, right? Because the whole thing was like radical ritual. So they wanted some kind of an action that you do. So then you take the little button and then you go and whatever. Like they had like silly little things like that. But my favorite one, it was the Methuselah tree, and it was like this massive metal tree they had built that had all of these metal leaves that had stained glass in the leaves. And it was really cool because it was like this beautiful, colorful thing on the first couple of days of it. But then by the end of the whole Burning Man, it was covered in like the thin white like playa sand. So just like over the days, I visited it like a few times, and it would get more and more like full of like the dust and everything. But anyway, I was hanging out by the tree because there was like a woman who... She like carted out over there with a thing of soup, and she was just giving people soup, right? And I was like, cool, I'll have some soup and hang out with the people. And it was like me and a French guy and a Turkish girl and like an Asian girl and like someone else. It was like a motley crew of people all over the world. And the girl was from Turkey, and I was like, oh, do you know the Sertab Erener song, Everywhere That I Can? And she was like, yes. And then we were singing it together. And then the sun rose, and it was a fun, very wholesome experience. Burning Man is awesome. Like, I really want to go back. Anyway, that was a tangent. Sorry.
Did they figure out how to actually take care of their own trash by now?
Burning Man. At Burning Man, they have a rule which is leave no trace. Which is that at the end of it, like, you pack up literally every single thing. If you're smoking a cigarette at Burning Man, like out in the desert, and you drop the cigarette butt, like, people will, they'll fucking shame you for it. They'll be like, don't drop that. Like, leave no trace.
Maybe I'm confusing that with like a Spanish version of Burning Man, where they had a huge trash problem every time they did it.
Oh yeah, that's like protesters, right? Or like the Dakota pipeline fucking people. But no, at Burning Man, like what they do is they have volunteers who actually, at the end of the festival, they comb through the entire desert after everyone has left. And if they find anything, any object, it could be as small as a cigarette butt. If it's like a can, like a smashed beer can, like that's a scandal, right? If they find fucking anything left abandoned on the ground, they document it and they map out exactly where they found it. And if your area has any amount of like trash or anything, like it could mean that they're going to be like, you're disinvited. You can't fucking have this plot of land again because your area was like rated like the dirtiest, right? So yeah, they're very, very serious
Pretty
about
cool.
that.
So I guess the copycat pseudo Burning Man in Europe are. I guess the organizers don't take it that seriously. Probably they just make a lot of money off of it because yeah. That's a basic rule for festivals in Europe is you take a lot of money as much as you can and then you just basically say the lot was this dirty when we came here.
Josh has a comment in the chat here. We have very loose immigration laws here in Australia, and in every major city, almost every suburb, no matter how quiet or gentrified, has one or more massage parlors where all the girls are trafficked, and it's quite heartbreaking. Ugh, that's... I wouldn't expect
Yucky.
that to be a thing in Australia. That's really too bad.
Oh yeah, sex work's very popular in Australia.
I wonder, is
Is
it
it
like is it the
legal?
proximity to Southeast Asia? Is that
Brothels and stuff, I believe, is legal. There are a lot of girls, especially lady boys, that come from Thailand that go to Australia.
But then if it's legal, like it's like the ones that do the trafficking, the illegal ones, or do they not just do the proper checks on legal ones? Because that distinction would it's interesting because in my country it's legal and we have been able to crack down on the legal on the human trafficking a lot because of the legality of it, because everybody has to have a business and there's going to be some checks, and they still probably traffic women, but it probably has gone down by a lot because of those law changes.
Well, because that's the
Yeah,
thing is that if you make something legal and then regulate it, you're kind of like going halfway, right? Because then you still have a gap in between the legal and the illegal, and then the more regulated it is, the more that gap's going to exist for a black market.
Actually, I have a kind of a little story. Actually, kind of why I got kind of more involved into it is I actually had someone hit me up that claiming they were like a legit brothel or whatever. So yeah, I looked into it and it was like complete BS. Like the documentation they gave me was like pretty bad, and like the spelling wasn't great on it and everything, and yeah, and so that's why I kind of looked into it.
Wow. Oh, and I guess if you're dealing with because since you're like a native English speaker, like you'd spot that kind of thing.
Yeah. Plus, I also did it to somebody, showed it to someone else that is also like is in sex work or whatever, and you're like, oh yeah, that's a red flag right there. And I also showed it to a couple of my Australian friends because I wasn't gonna just nosedive or whatever and then be like some sex slave or whatever. Even though I'm kind of into that, but you know, I like to choose the person I'm going to be into with it.
Well, shit, especially not in Australia, right? Because then if you do like a fucking prison break situation, you're gonna be like running through the desert, and there's gonna be like a fucking like a goddamn like kangaroo spider. It's gonna ambush you or something.
Kangaroo spider, that's a thing?
Or a fucking koala scorpion,
or
whatever.
too.
Dude, Australia's totally not a real country. I refuse to believe it. It's just a massive shitpost. You're all just a bunch of Russians just faking.
Yeah.
But in good news for Australians, you guys have the honor of having ICMI 20. So Josh, I don't know how much you're into any kind of men's rights or that kind of thing, but I would like. I mean, if I was in Australia, actually, it'd be I'm kind of considering hopping over there, but my financial situation is a little bit garbage. I don't know how well I can justify it, but I don't know if I end up fucking out of Hong Kong, then I might as well, depending on when they have the conference. It'd be kind of cool
I guess it
to...
depends on how when you get your job back, I guess.
Denmark is also not real.
Denmark.
I'm part Danish. I'm a Maramut, so I get to just like claim that all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but has anybody ever been to Denmark, really?
That's a
No.
good point. Their
My
Eurovision entries seem pretty
ancestors-
fake.
Yeah.
Denmark is a Swedish conspiracy.
Yeah, you go there, it's just like an IKEA thin, an IKEA thing fucking sham.
But going back to the fucking prostitution, like it's so aggravating right now in Switzerland. There's a huge fucking feminist group fighting to make it illegal again to protect women.
No, right, because the Swedish model, right, is that you make it legal for the prostitute but illegal for the John.
They want to go even further than that. They just want to illegalize it again. And I'm like, do you want... Like, this is still gonna happen. And
Oh, it's just a
probably
wave.
on the
It's just a
exactly
wave
same
of
scale.
post-law women. They'll all die in their, fucking like cat houses. Don't worry. And then the fucking sex positive ones will come back.
But they have a lot of pull right now. Like, I'm actually quite worried about my brother about a different thing about rape laws, because some chick insisted of giving him a blowjob, and then when he didn't want to perform on her, she claimed that he raped her, and this is very out of character. Like, it's very clear to me that he did not do that.
I guess you could call that a quid pro blow.
It's just one, like, she kind of stopped accusing him of that to all of her and his friends, but now a male friend of hers, like a male feminist, is sending him like messages saying, "Oh, you will see," and I'm like, is this dude savvy on the fact that we're about to change the law so that if a woman claims she was raped, she might win without any evidence? And maybe she's just waiting for that law change. Because she seems to still want to destroy his life. Like, she's just a scorned lover as far as I understand. Like, it's my brother, so I'm a bit biased. I mean, I have a terrible relationship with my brother, but I wouldn't ever think that he would do that. Like, he's actually not that type of guy. But yeah, we're basically discussing in Parliament the option to change rape laws so that you don't need any kind of evidence at all, except for a single testimony of a woman claiming that she was raped. And it is a kind of a scary scenario.
Oh, Dale's fucked.
The simps need to stop simping. So
Yeah.
the beatings, I think that's what TFM usually says. The beatings will continue until morale improves. So this is kind of up to men.
Yeah.
How long do you want to keep dragging this out?
Just claim that it's racist. These laws are racist because they're going to disproportionately affect non-whites.
Yeah.
If they ask why, tell them that's too many questions and that they're asking for hate facts.
Exactly.
Okay, so if you have a sugar daddy that wants you to meet them in Australia, you should see if they want to go to ICMI. That could be like a fun date. That's how fucking lame I'm like, oh, let's all go to ICMI together. I was at Burning Man and I was like, hey guys, there's a panel on cryptocurrency, and they're like, you're gonna fucking go to Burning Man and go to the panels, and I'm like, yeah.
I might go to ICMI this year. It depends on how, when it is, though, because I need to, prepare.
I don't know if they have a date yet, but for sure they're doing it in Melbourne. I think in Australia, in Melbourne. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think Mike Buchanan and Elizabeth Hobson, they have like a joint thing to fund them going over there. So.
But won't they face a lot of hate because, like, the Victorian government?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
okay.
I mean, because I remember with the red pill screenings in Australia, they would have to, like, they wouldn't be able to announce exactly what the venue was. Instead, they would announce a meeting place for people who wanted to see the film, and then they would, like, go together to the actual venue after meeting up, right? They would, like, do, like, shit like that to avoid protesters fucking with them.
Right.
Just to see the red pill, like the most like tepid and like careful diplomatic approach to men's rights you could ever fucking watch. Like Cassie J is a saint for being able to make a movie like that, because I would not be able to sit down with those feminists and like be polite and bite my tongue.
But if I am to believe her transition from feminist to not really MRA, I always imagined the interviews with those lunatics were like conducted while she still considered herself a feminist. Also from her reactions.
You
I guess
can,
you consider
no,
her
man,
not
you can tell
morally
from her
retarded.
reactions that it was like after, because at a point she was like skeptical towards Elam, but you can totally tell there was a point where she was like won over, and then she's sitting down with like I think it was like Michael Mesner or whatever, and she's just like like biting her tongue, and it's like, yeah, like we know. She's really funny.
Yeah.
I gotta rewatch that, but it's like with the whole released footage of the full interviews, I think by now that's like a 20 hours watch or something.
Oh my god, she had so much extra footage. Yeah, so I'd show you the what did she call it? The red pill
Files?
Yeah, I think that was it. They showed the red pill files or something. She's working on a new documentary, but I don't think she announced what it's about.
Well, you can't warn your enemies.
Yeah, right, exactly. If she learned anything from trying to do her screenings. Well, we've been going on 3.5 hours, so I think maybe we'll look at kind of wrapping it up. Were there any final thoughts anyone had, or any other topics as long as we're here? And this applies to people in the chat as well. Oh, I know Terrence had mentioned the cult thing earlier. Maybe I'll try to make that a more proper focus. I kind of neglected that. It's just I had found so many kind of neat articles over the last like 48 hours that I was pretty
way
satisfied
too
with
short.
that. Even though we just blew through them at record speed, I can't even believe it.
I mean, I have one thing that I remember I wanted to say earlier when you were about freedom of association and shit like that. I probably told you this already about the anti-discrimination law in Switzerland. By analyzing what it entails, it currently makes lesbians the only community that can refuse service or entrance to a club or stuff like that.
So lesbians are the new Christians?
They are currently the privileged class. Like, I mean, gay men could do it as well, but they would have to change the modus operandi from actually letting anyone into the gay clubs. And I don't see them wanting to do that, while the lesbians will stick to their, like, they can exclude people because they're a minority, so they will keep doing that.
Right.
It reminds me of TFM had characterized this in a way where he said that the issue with so-called equality and all these things is that you're just gonna see that that because it doesn't match reality, that in its application there's just endless double standards, and it's just gonna be an emotional based thing. And I think that kind of hits the nail on the head and explains a lot of the like a lot of the phenomena we see. Probably the best example I think is trans women in sports, right? In theory, from the conventional narrative that's accepted right now, there should be absolutely no problem with that, right? But of course, in practice,
Men are like absolutely physically superior to women.
right. But that's the thing, though. Because this so-called version of equality, right, is negatively impacting women, it's and now I need a double standard here,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And it's just a reoccurring pattern And yeah, so I guess this is the new lesbian remix of that pattern. But
I don't have a dog to fight and no, what is it, trannies in the sports or whatever, because I hate sports. So I'm like, yeah, I don't care.
and that's the thing too. Like if you're a dude that wants to be a chick, I feel like sports is just super uninteresting to you.
Like seriously, I'm not gonna break like, you know, one of my nails or anything that I just paid $50 for.
Yeah, right. Oh, and that's how you know it's these like it's like a Zeta male strategy, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of trying to take take the opposite negative route to kind of cheat their way to get access to women.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah, it's kind of cringe.
Yeah. There's a lot of guy fetishes more, I think, that try to take advantage of this kind of thing. Not
But
really
lesbians should be allowed
trannies.
near, if, you know, trannies are like all like sexual predators or whatever and shouldn't be allowed near women or whatever the fuck, then we should apply that to lesbians because lesbians statistically fucking beat the shit out of women. So, you know,
How dare
they're a
you.
danger to society.
How
They're a danger
dare
to
you.
society. They also probably fucking rape women even more than straight men because
Who
they don't
died and made you
measure
Black
rape in
Knight
terms.
Fool?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like they don't measure rape in terms of like they don't measure force to penetrate as rape. So it might even be possible that lesbians rape more women than straight men do. I would not be surprised.
What exactly can a lesbian rapist do a woman that classifies as rape?
Force her to penetrate her vagina or vice versa. With fingers, tongue. Like, do I need to get like into the nitty gritty gross shit? Like what lesbians do.
I've never
my.
actually seen actual lesbians do those
Okay,
things.
okay.
I'm pretty
Forced
sure that the
sexual
lesbians
acts.
I've seen were just actors. Like when I see an action movie, I don't think like a special agent actually is able to break the necks of 5 people in a row. So when I see a lesbian, you know,
All right,
what I mean?
forced sexual, like physically forcing, you know, sexual acts onto someone. Yeah, that's rape. Okay. There we go. You happy with that
Actually,
definition?
around
Vegan?
here, it still is putting something in a vagina. Is the only definition of rape.
Right, but that's a stupid definition.
Yeah, Toto,
So
your
we should-
definition was gender neutral, and that's misogyny.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Okay, it'll be misogyny when I allow you to get fucking raped by a Muslim, but that's okay. I'm gonna
Yeah.
be
I
joining.
refrain from
joining
sharing.
the fucking. I'm gonna be like that gay kid who's like fucking, undercover. You know, being a Muslim, and it's going to be glorious to see all the women get like their asses beaten because patriarchy is amazing. No, it's not, but. I want that, you know, if that ever comes to happen, like, you know, Muslims is taking over America, like TFM says, then I'm just going to, you know, I will willfully join them.
You guys aren't helping. Like the gays
I won't
are
beat
not
anyone.
helping.
I'm just saying that. I won't beat
You
anyone. I'm
need
just
to
saying.
fight for the artificial womb so you can procreate, man.
It's just that I'm not gonna help anyone. I'm just gonna be like, fuck you all.
Yeah. I don't have what is it? I don't have a dog in the fight, so
Yeah.
not really my problem.
Yeah, you can just sit back in the shade, file your nails, sip something
Exactly.
girly.
Like, honey, I ain't gonna have no kids or anything. So this is like this is the what do they call the breeder's problem?
Yeah,
So
this
whatever.
This is some fucking breeder drama. I agree.
Except that everybody reincarnates.
Mmm.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That is a curveball. It's a game changer.
What do you think I'm gonna what am I gonna reincarnate into? You think, Jen?
If you
Honestly-
don't do anything, a Muslim.
We don't
Yeah,
do
that's
anything.
good. That's a good one actually. But yeah, it'll be somebody who's basically it's a physical thing. It's like you'd be the most similar possible entity to what you are right now.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
So Hitler.
Well, I don't know you very well, but
Hitler probably.
That
Maybe
makes me
gay
wonder
Hitler.
though, how many reincarnated people are were trans in a past life? By that
cross-dressing
standard.
has been a thing for a long time.
Well, you're saying it would take a long time, so it's not like you have a trans life and then your next life you're just
No,
born as the
I'm
thing.
saying cross-dressers have been a thing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh
probably
yeah, gender.
they've been
Yeah.
for several reincarnations, effeminate, at least.
Mhm. Yeah. I
Interesting.
agree.
But what was the thing in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure where when you put your hands together, you cross your fingers on both hands. If your left thumb is on top, you were a woman in a last life or something.
I have no idea.
See, you told us the outcome, so now we can't just do it and then see, because they're going to be conscious about it.
Fuck. I ruined everything for everyone in all of the existences possible.
Well,
I'm
the other
sorry.
thing too has to do with the length of your ring finger relative to your pointer finger.
Oh.
Because I think mine are like very even, and I think that's a more feminine thing, if I remember.
My pointer finger is longer than my index.
Yeah, my ring finger is slightly longer than my index.
I want to
Right.
say
Yeah,
about
I've heard-
But
This is some
Honestly, about-
Tumblr shit right now.
half a centimeter.
No, it's actually something I heard a very long time ago. It's probably just some urban myth, but there's some people who claim it has to do with testosterone, estrogen levels during development, how long your fingers are in relation to one another. I personally think that's kind of bullshit because it's a very family trait thing. So
Fleegan's got woman hands confirmed. That's what's really going on here.
my middle finger sticks out the most, but I have very broad hands, so I would have to measure the fingers individually.
Did you say fingles? The fingles?
Yeah, it was slurring my words.
I like
very
calling
sorry
them
about that.
finglies. The finglies.
my finglies, they are not very even. I have like these swimmer's hands. Like they're very big and broad.
I have very tiny hands. That's why I like to have nails on. Otherwise, I look like I have infant hands.
My thought of the whole reincarnation thing, because I always thought of it in like Christian terms, right? Where like your soul's out there and you're at this like moment of judgment, right? And I just always felt like if given the options, like I'd rather choose oblivion, like because it's just like the game is fucking retarded. You know, like if God was sitting there, like, okay, you can go to eternal paradise in heaven and all this stuff, I'd be like, no, like fuck that, like that's stupid and arbitrary. I hate it. Can I just be unmade and not exist anymore? Like that would be my preference because that's like what death should be. I don't know.
So it raises the question: if you intentionally become a cat furry, does that mean you have a chance of being reincarnated as a cat?
Cat furry turning into.
No.
Ah, thank you.
that
I could
was
be a
clear.
cat in my next life.
That was not even a.
Are you a cat furry, Fleekin?
A cat consciousness is way too simplistic to support a human consciousness. If a human was going to become an animal, it would have to be an animal with a pretty complex consciousness.
Like
Maybe a
monkey
chimpanzee.
or a
I think
raven?
TFM's gonna turn into a chimpanzee. He's gonna be a.
Then that really is the ultimate pimp hand, is being a chimpanzee.
Yeah, male chimpanzees keep their pimp hands strong.
His entire essence focused on the ultimate pimp hand and incarnated as the species that does it the best. I could see that. I'd feel I'd part of me would feel at peace in the universe knowing that something went right.
Yeah.
But okay, so what about cats that like are really, really trying hard to be people? Like they can eventually become people.
Yeah, but it takes a while. Like they probably have to go through intermediary stages.
Oh my god, that's probably where serial killers come from.
What?
The serial killers kill a lot of small animals when they're children.
Yeah,
So that's
they're
a total
playing with
thing to
mice
do.
and shit. Oh my god, every single serial killer was totally a cat in the past life.
That's a 500 IQ theory. Holy shit. You solved it, Derek.
There we go.
I don't
I'm
know
sure
what
we've
it
all
says
met
about
people-
me that I immediately understood what he meant. Like, what does that say about me?
Well,
I'm sure you've
everyone's
all
had the
had
experience where a fucking cat is on like a ledge, right? And they put their paw up to knock something over, and before they do it, they fucking look you in the eye, and you look them back, and you tell them, no, don't do that. And they just look back at it, and they look back at you, and look at the thing, and then they do it. Because they fucking know. Because they're assholes.
Yeah. That's when you
Actually,
scruff them.
it's actually weird because my cat is very nice. Like, it never did that, ever. Maybe I'm just a good raiser for a cat.
My cat had a little Hitler stash, and he would body slam my door to break in, which he would succeed because the door was shitty. And then whenever he heard ladies' pussy be yanking, he would scream at me for pate.
Yes, with some cats, mine as well. They know how to open doors. Like that's some smart animal right there.
Yeah.
I'd enjoy
Bears
a
are
cat
too
that
goddamn
would
smart,
handle
too.
it dying.
Like all the Ocean's 11 people, they were ferrets in a past life for sure.
Ferrets.
Oh,
Why
all
ferrets?
rapists were dolphins in past life.
That's true. Yes.
What else?
Mm-hmm.
Death bats were
Else.
pandas in a past life. Death bat is a euphemism for the morbidly obese. Not just morbidly obese, but the kind that are like trapped in a room and they have to like tear down the wall to get them out so that they can be on a Dr. Phil special.
Yeah, the ones that need caretakers to survive. That sounds like pandas.
K-pop boy band boys were koalas in a past life.
That you have to explain to me. How? Why? Like they're fucking addicted to eucalyptus or something?
Wait, what?
Why are the K-pop boys koalas? Like, in what way?
Oh, I think those koalas are like cute. I don't know. I was just throwing it out there. There's probably a
They
better
are,
way
but they're
to-
also like evolutionarily
to-
retarded.
They have to
Unfortunate.
feed their offspring their poop so they can learn to digest eucalyptus or what it's called.
Do you know how they also usually die? It's because like basically koalas are like so evolutionarily pathetic. Like their teeth will like grind down before they usually even get that old, and they'll die of starvation.
Oh,
and like half of
shit.
them also
Okay,
have
that was
like
that was a
fucking-
bad example then. Yeah.
No, because they also have like they basically spent all their like evolutionary points into fucking like digesting all, like what eucalyptus trees, which have like very low amounts of nutrition, and they have to eat so much to even get like by.
I mean,
So
you probably would want to go with mouse lemur. Have you ever seen a mouse lemur?
Oh, maybe that could be a thing.
They're super tiny, monkey-like creatures. They have huge
they also have the
eyes.
smallest,
They're cute
like,
as
brain.
fuck.
they have like a really small brain. Koalas for like proportion to their size.
Oh, they're
like,
so
really
cute.
dumb.
Oh my god, that's
They're
so
cute.
cute. Well, because my whole thing with like K-pop, right, and like Hong Kong dogs, right? I call it the purse dog alpha, right? Where it's like this alternative alpha strategy where you just like you put yourself in a little purse, but there's something alpha about it of like playing the hand you're dealt, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of reminds me of that meme where you have like two wolves and they're like talking. Like the one says, "I'm gonna go to those monkeys with the fire. What's the worst that can happen?" And the next picture is like a fucking what's the bulldog? Like those degenerate dogs.
Or like a
Briefs, probably.
chihuahua or
I don't know. I don't know. Pit bulls are scary.
Pit bulls are cute.
4chan fucking made me like hate pit bulls because I don't know. I've seen like too many pit bull attack videos.
German shepherds kill more babies than pit bulls and bulldogs combined.
Really?
Because they try to carry them around by grabbing them on the head, breaking the infant's neck.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but that's not like how pit bulls kill toddlers. Pit bulls do it like it's a fucking sport. You know, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
I know
try
they're
to
so
kill
cute.
them.
They look so cute and harmless with their little flower tiaras on them, but you know, let's be real.
Yeah, I don't know if I prefer the dog who is unintentionally killing a baby or the dog who's just maiming it. Like, which one's worse? Being so stupid that you fucking kill something, or being so wild and angry and trained to be that? It's really, really hard to tell which is worse. Maybe there's no moral judgment to be made at all.
I mean,
It
obviously,
is
I think
animals
the
after
savage,
all.
violent one I'd say is worse than the innocent mistake. Oh, I don't want to let this go. Josh had said, if you're depressed for all of your puberty but don't produce any testosterone during that time of development, just a loose theory I have, since a lot of MTF people I know and pretty boys are on the spectrum. It's an interesting angle. As long as we're kind of throwing it out there, who knows? What
Maybe.
Green Wolf shirt on Amazon has mystical power? What is this? Is this a meme?
But on the whole depression and puberty thing, I guess I could attest to that because I became much more masculine after I broke the spell and actually had a girlfriend. Like, there's studies that your beard grows thicker if you know that you're gonna have sex with a woman. I don't know if it works for gay men. Maybe it does. I have never seen any studies on that.
Wait, I'm sorry. If what
Does that
works?
mean-
Come again?
Wait, sorry, if what works?
If knowing that you're gonna have sex in the near future makes your beard grow thicker for gay men as well, I guess it depends if you're a top or a bottom.
That'd be an interesting study. I've never heard that. Is that a thing normally?
For straight people, there are some studies, but they're very small sample size. It was just very clear in the small sample size that they had. And I would consider myself part of that small sample size because
What did I miss?
Apparently, when dudes know they're gonna have sex, their beards grow at faster rates, and we're wondering if that's true for gay men, or if for gay men it's based on if you're a top or not.
Oh, okay.
That'd be funny.
I've always been a bottom,
Some
so.
highbrow shit here. I didn't know about this Three Wolf Moon thing, this picture of the Three Wolf Moon. I've seen the picture, I just didn't know there was a phenomenon of funny Amazon reviews.
oh, that you have to explain to me.
It's just like this shirt has this really cheesy picture on it, and it just became...
Musk.
Once you let go of all ties to anything except the wolves and the moon, you'll see that it never really mattered to begin with. So yes, probably.
I would like to establish.
$30 one. Will this
I would like to
manage work
establish
if I have three
natural
nipples?
Musk. I would like to establish natural Musk as the opposite of Elon Musk.
Okay. I have nothing else to say, I think.
If that's true, explain
He's not-
emails. I don't know. Well, we can't solve all the mysteries of the universe on one stream.
Probably not, but yeah.
Has anybody ever tried? I mean, I'm not suggesting we try right now, but
Jen has
I'm
tried.
not sure.
Jen Sharp, scientific theocracy. We will be the nicest out of any theocracy towards the sexual, those who fall outside. Join the theocracy, man.
Yeah, well, I guess what would my position in theocracy be? Because I feel like I couldn't be a priest if I'm like against the whole system. It'd be
Well,
too
you have
subversive.
a priestly vocation.
Okay, yeah, right, as a teacher. There we
We're
go.
so open. Yeah, as a teacher, you'd be a priestly vocation, but we're so open that we actually don't mind if you're an atheist. Because atheism doesn't really undermine the authority of the science, because it's ultimately an aesthetic problem.
Derek, how would you classify yourself as a propagandist? By what standards?
Well, actually, the label I have that I gave myself that's probably closest to that is radical MRA, because that doesn't necessarily entail stating all my positions at at the exact level of like what I believe. It's more of like thinking about the effect of what I'm saying and then deliberately pushing the rhetoric as far as I think I can rhetorically like justify. 1000% believe anything I say in like a radical context, but I'm throwing it out there almost as thought experiments in order to kind of get people to challenge themselves, to trick them essentially into going further and further towards where I think the actual truth is.
Stretch the Overton window, like stretch your penis, and
Exactly.
I'm very pro.
We're stretching penises, we're stretching windows, we're stretching everything. Because more is more.
Yes, I'm pro intactivism, and I think that's very good tack to take because I think it has a lot of support.
Right.
Honestly, if you are not in, like, if you are on Discord, if you're pro intactivism, there might be some servers I would like you to be in, just on principle of you being pro.
Oh, definitely, it matters a great deal to me. I think it's quite a traumatizing thing.
Yeah, Forefront is the main one, I think.
But sorry?
Yeah, I think Forefront's the main Discord that he's referring to, right? So you can...
Awesome.
Yeah, it's our think tank hub where all people from all kinds of intactivist groups are in there, so it's like a nexus of certain ideas, though we don't have enough people as of yet. It's only been a thing since January last year.
Right?
Oh, Nico started his one because he had some spicy takes on not just the influence
Yeah, he's
of
more of a spicy boy, yeah.
On there, you're allowed to talk about how you think the Jews did it to America, because there's a lot of evidence towards that, but we don't...
I mean, yeah, Judaism is the main culprit when it comes to male genital mutilation in America, but like it's just that I think Nikos takes it to the point where like Jews are trying to like take over the entire fucking world and like...
Yes, that's why he created that server, so people who want to talk about that angle can be there, because Forefront is more of a... We're trying to be more fucking focused on actual intactivism, where you have a slight chance of get something done, because once you have too many people say, oh, the Jews, oh, the Jews, oh, the Jews, that kind of
I think we should also be honest.
Make you look like anti-Semites.
I think we should also be honest and point out that, yeah, the Jews are the main culprits of spreading male genital mutilation in America. It's just that Nikos applies it to basically fucking everything. So not just genital mutilation, male genital mutilation.
Yeah,
so,
and I'm a pluralist, right? Like, I'm all for there being kind of just a whole range of different approaches to a thing, you know? I say,
because, like,
who's to say what the one best approach is, right?
Because Eric Clapper, he was the guy that made the fucking play in Harvard. He basically, like, put it, like, step by step, like, how Jews basically popularized circumcision in America. Like, for example, most, like, there's tons of, like, fucking Jewish people on the WHO board, AAP, like, just lots of... They basically have a very religious bias. And it's not even necessarily a Jewish thing. It's just that because they base their fucking morals off of the religion, and because no one's fucking stopping them, they can just say, oh yeah, I can popularize this fucking surgery because my religion mandates it. And you can't do anything about it, neener. So that's basically the situation we're in. It's not anti-Semitic to point out that that's what's going on.
Actually, I don't even think a lot of the stuff that happens on the fringe servers, like on Nikas, is basically anti-Semitic. Like it's calling out certain aspects of history that happened because of the Puritan Victorian era people in America, in combination with certain Jewish doctors who just want to push their circumcision devices. So that's not per se anti-Semitic, but there's some people who are, and so we try to keep them in a different space because we're not anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Interactivists, in general, we are not Islamophobic or anti-Semitic. We just we hate that these people use religion as an excuse to mutilate children per se. Doesn't even have to be just boys. Like if a Muslim culturally mutilates his daughter, like it's usually the mothers and grandmothers who do that, though. But that's also not okay. And intersex reassignment surgery is also not okay. Like, let those children grow to a certain age.
Heard of it, unless we're talking about like from Nazis or something. Like,
Well, and that's
the
why
anti-Semitic
I
part.
made the video about like certain kind of like debate tropes in terms of like setting up debates and figuring what the parameters are, and I think that falls into it very well, which is defining terms and being clear about it, because even just doing those basic steps of like figuring out what it is that the point of departure is, what's the actual debate on the two sides, and how are we defining our terms, just going through that process basically makes people often realize there is no debate. We actually agree on everything, and it's all just like semantic nonsense.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, if you want to join the Interactivist servers, if you're in Derek's Discord, hit me up, Jennifer. I can hook you up with invites.
Just
Thanks, man.
keep in mind that Nikos is a little bit more radical than we are. Which is okay.
no
I think he his mental health may have fucking like suffered because of the circumcision shit, but yeah.
Dude, he got tricked into circumcising himself, like having
yeah.
a doctor circumcising him at like 18, and he knows what it was like to be intact. He knows how it was like to be tricked, and he knows how it's like to be mutilated. So I cut him a lot of slack because he's one of the oldest Interactivists, and he knows basically all of the old school Interactivists, and he knows the whole history. He's a huge source of information. He's a great guy. He just, I don't agree with all of his views, but who can I say that about, man?
Yeah, exactly.
You can't blame him, You
And
can't
honestly,
blame him.
I'm sympathetic to an ends justify the means kind of approach. So I'm not very concerned like what demons are let out, in the service of ending it. And we can maybe clean some of that up later if necessary. But like numbers 3 and 4 were very smooth. And number 1. Number 2, I think, was pretty awful because StreamYard I don't think is a good platform right now. But this one,
You
I guess
might
I'm
want
having
to
a lot
share
of
your
issues.
settings, screenshots of your settings with me on OBS.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
I
can
can
give that a
help with some of
shot.
that.
Yeah, I think I can probably also just set it lower, I think. I did that before, and I think it's fine, because I don't really make use of, like, high-quality video at all, but it's fucking
Yeah, we
good.
should probably just talk one-on-one in actual chat to just figure out, maybe I know something, maybe you already optimized everything, but let's do that later.
Yeah. Because whatever resolution you have, the bit rate has to be a certain amount for it to function. It doesn't mean it has to be the absolute lowest, because sometimes if it's too low, it won't function as well either.
Oh, really?
Indeed.
Maybe I'm overdoing the
Yeah.
potato level. I'm going all in baked potato, and that might be counterintuitive.
Yeah, because I'll have that problems when I'm using OBS through one of my campsites. Sometimes I'll have it too low and it won't function. When I set it up a little higher for the resolution I have, I'll have like no problems.
It might be worth a period of analysis. I might be able to help because I'm a bit savvy on video encoding, so hit me up about that too. Like,
I'm gonna have to
might
think
be
of a
able to
new
help.
theme for the next series of streams. Because I'm technically going to be out of self-quarantine mode, even though my lifestyle is going to be probably mostly identical. It's quite nerve-wracking because I have no idea how much work I'll be getting in the next couple weeks. So I don't know whether or not I should be like yeeting out of here or just like sitting and waiting. But I think if I try to terminate a lease in Hong Kong early, the shitty thing about it is that if you start a new lease in Hong Kong, you usually have to commit to either like 1 or 2 years, and then that can like fuck you if you try to break it, right? So I have this scenario where I've been here long enough that like I'm in a lease that I think potentially could end up being like a month-to-month thing, which is really cool because that means I can stay exactly as long as I want, you know? But like if I try to like move somewhere else or switch it up, then I'm potentially committing to like a long time period. So I almost like have to sit it out and wait through August and just like hope I don't get too poor. I guess if I was a little bit more self-motivated, I could find other ways to make money. Like I could like improve the content. Oh, and I should probably be more serious. I guess I haven't found my dharma exactly. The lost soul. But whatever. I watched Jerry Springer, and at least my life is definitely more put together than those fuckers. So, you know, if that's a standard.
I might binge watch that before I go to bed.
Jerry Springer is a hot mess.
It's so good. It's so good.
They have the messiest trannies on there too.
Yeah, it's half the time it's just a bunch of fucking trannies fucking fighting each other.
It's just trannies being serious. I love it. Also, you know what I've been doing over the past couple of days is I've been white knighting for Danielle Bregoli a lot. I like forgot how much I love her. Like for the first year or so, the videos on my channel, you guys remember I had that song, Hi Bitch, Hi Bitch, Hi Bitch, right? That's Danielle Bregoli. That's the Cash Me Outside girl. Unironically, like every single one of her songs is amazing. I would love to go see her live. I'm like a massive fucking fan. I love her. White jeans, white Porsche, white wrist, white horse.
Yeah, wasn't she on fucking Dr. Phil or something?
Huh? Wasn't she what?
Wasn't she on Dr. Phil or whatever?
Yeah, that's how she got famous.
Yeah.
So fucking Dr. Phil, grown-ass old man, tries to ambush this like 11 or 12-year-old fucking girl, and she's like, cash me outside, how about that? Like she fucking pulled the Joe Biden card, but like did it well, right?
Yeah.
And then like and then they're like, oh, you need to go to college. She's like, fuck you, bitch, I'll do what I want. And she's like, I'm gonna fucking be a rapper. And she just like got the best ghostwriter, and like it's amazing. And it's like unironically well produced, really good music. And it's like, yeah, like any dumb thought could have been her, right? But I mean, gotta respect the hustle. It's like she turned that around. You look at it, like compare her to Dr. Phil, like shit, Danielle Bregoli's fucking teabagging the shit out of him. It's great. I love it. I love this timeline. Well, on that note, I'm gonna end the stream. Even though we have more viewers now than ever, but anybody listening,
Ta-ta.
I encourage anybody to use Discord and to hop into my channel because, you know, if you find interesting links or stuff that you want us to talk about, you know, you can go ahead and send it there, and then, you know, and then that's how I put the show together. And also, if you had a hot take and you want to hop on, you know, like I have a humble platform for you, and I'm very, very permissive, obviously. So, all right. Any closing thoughts from anyone? Any?
Good stream, man. Thanks for having me. Nice to see you guys again.
Yeah, it was really nice having you on here. And next time you and Duvid are streaming, if you guys want me on, I'd be happy to hop on again because that was a fun time.
Awesome. Sounds good.
All right, guys. Everybody keep it easy, and yeah, guys, have a nice day.
Bye.
Yeah.
This was not a dream. This is our no-no stream.
That's right.
That was a very high-pitched yawn, Ariel.
Ow. Yeah.
My goodness. Need to lay off